There we go. You're good.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the first episode of Comic Convo, the show where members of the YouTubers Core come together and converse about weekly comic books, or at least current ones. Today, it's only going to be me and Jeremy. Chris is going to be a member of the show as well, but he's still getting caught up on his current comic books. He's I think a month or two behind.
Yep. So unfortunately, you're stuck with us guys.
Yeah. You're stuck with Iron Man, and what did we decide you were, Jeremy?
I think I was Quicksilver. I think Quicksilver.
Okay, you could be Quicksilver then, and then you get to have Elizabeth Olsen as your hot sister.
See, that's kind of depressing.
Yeah, that's true. But anyways, so yeah, it's just going to be me and Jeremy. Who knows for how many episodes? We're going to try to have this be a weekly thing, guys. But we might miss 1 week, so we might do this week and then we might miss the next week. But we're going to try to have this be a weekly series. We'll try. I make no promises on that, but this will be a series that will stick around. But this is how the show will go. We're going to talk about our comic books that we've read for the week. And then we're going to go into talking about comic book related news, whether it's movies, video games, TV, you name it. And then we're going to go into maybe a 25-minute, maybe to 30, who knows if the chat's really active, Q&A for everyone out there. So that's about what we're doing. Oh, it's fine.
Okay.
So that's how also, we're going to be doing, I think maybe after we review comics, the comics, we're going to do a top 10 recommends for all new, all different Marvel titles. Jeremy actually just recommended this before we started, so I think that's actually a really good idea. So Jeremy's going to start first, guys. I've been reading comics for about since the movie Age of Ultron came out, but I've been finally reading current different started up. I'm not until Rebirth, and I'm slowly getting into just going to go through his DC and independent, all the indie stuff, and then me and him will talk about Marvel. So go ahead, Jeremy.
Okay. All right, so I guess we'll start off with DC. I'll just some of these are boarded and some of these aren't. So the ones that aren't boarded, I can show artwork and stuff. So first off, I'll start with Poison Ivy, Cycle of Life and Death, issue number 4. This is a really great cover. I love the artwork in this. It's written by Amy Chu with art by Clay Mann, and the artwork is gorgeous for this book. This is absolutely fantastic artwork. I'm gonna find a good page for you guys to see just how cool this shit looks. And check out her creepy plant babies. It's so pretty much, if you guys haven't been keeping up with this miniseries, Poison Ivy is trying to start turn over a new leaf, no pun intended, in Gotham. She's working in the botanical gardens, doing our botany research and stuff, and basically what she wants to do is to be able to have children. So she wants to create plant-human hybrids just like her, so that she'll be able to have kids and actually start a family of her own and stuff like that. And but somehow someone is causing a bunch of murders at the botanical gardens and framing Ivy. And so this whole thing is kind of a murder mystery, trying to figure out who did it, who's trying to frame her, and try to protect her kids and all that stuff. And a lot of her allies have showed up throughout this series so far. Issue 1, we got Harley. Issue 2 was mostly by herself. Issue 2 and 3 was mostly by herself. And in issue 3, as I showed you in that quick page there, we got Catwoman showing up. So now we've seen both of the other Gotham City Sirens show up in this book. It's pretty fun. I like the art. The story is pretty interesting, and I like this kind of new take on Ivy. If you're a fan of Poison Ivy, I definitely recommend it. It's a really cool series. It's ending pretty soon with Rebirth, but I like where it's going. It's pretty interesting. So
who's writing that, if I may ask? I'm not sure if you guys.
Yeah, it's written by Amy Chu, and the art is by Clayman.
Okay, cool.
Yep, and then one I just picked up on a whim is Harley's Little Black Book, issue number 3. I don't normally get this because this is a $5 book, but I got this because if you can see who's on the cover here, Harley's teaming up with Zatanna, and I love Zatanna's character, and I thought this was just going to be so much fun. I had $5 to spare, so I was like, why not? This is and this story, as usual with Harley stories, is kind of over the top, ridiculous, and funny. So that Harley. If you guys read the Harley Quinn series, you know that Harley is the landlady for an apartment that is that runs like a carnival / freak show, and so they hired a new act and to draw in customers, and that new act is of course Zatanna, and in this other part of Brooklyn, we see that this old amusement park ride at Coney Island is being haunted or whatever, and these ghosts kind of since the ride got torn down, these ghosts try to find a new home, and they end up going to Harley's apartment, and we find out that these ghosts are being chased by some weird demon ghost thing, and so Zatanna has to try to play exorcist and help these ghosts find their proper resting place. And of course, Harley wants to help out, and shenanigans ensue. I want to show you guys this really funny page that really kind of just sold me on this book, even though it was just ridiculous. I'll show you what it looks like, because Harley was like, "Oh, you're hunting ghosts. Hold on, I gotta change. I have the outfit just for this occasion." And I'll show you. I gotta find it really quick though. Where the hell is this page? I know it was in here towards the middle. Here we go. Here we go. Check this out. You see what she's wearing, right? Yep, she's wearing a Ghostbusters jumpsuit.
That's awesome.
That is awesome. I was like, she's like, I'm ready to go bust some ghosts, and Zatanna's like, it doesn't work that way, right? I know. She's like, I know, but doesn't the proton pack look cool? I mean, come on. It was just so much fun, and the funniest thing, right? They go to hell and they confront the demon that put a curse on these people, and the demon's name is literally Dan DiDio spelled backwards. I was laughing my ass off. Basically, the writers of this book, Amanda Connor and Jimmy Palmiotti, had literally said Dan DiDio is the devil of the DC universe.
Well,
I thought that was hilarious. This book this isn't anything you take seriously at all. This is ridiculous, it's dumb, but it's fun, and the artwork was great. So I enjoyed the hell out of this book. Moving from Harley, we're gonna go to Superman, Lois and Clark. This is issue 7 of 8, so this is the penultimate issue of this series, which will continue in Action Comics when Rebirth starts. And this is written by Jan Jurgens with art by Len Weeks. And pretty much in this issue, Jonathan Kent, Superman's son, discovers that he has powers, and he's kind of freaking out. And Superman has to rescue his son and Lois from Intergang. And he has a talk with his kid about, who he is, where they come from. And he's like, how are you Superman when there's a Superman here? And so he has to explain, well, see, what happened, son, is that we are from a universe that no longer exists, but we somehow ended up in this world, and we ended up making it our home. But since our counterparts exist, we couldn't, go by Clark Kent or Lois Lane. So that's why we had to change our names. We moved to like a remote part of town and all that stuff. And so now John understands who he is. He's a little pissed that his parents lied to him his entire life. But what I really like is he's not a brat about it. He actually understands why they had to lie, and he honestly thinks it's cool. I mean, wouldn't you think it's cool if you suddenly found out your dad was freaking Superman?
Yeah.
Like it was great. I love that moment. And there's a really cool scene in here where Clark senses that the bad guy is he can hear that the bad guy is coming or whatever, and so he's like, I have to go. I can't let the villain come here and attack you guys. So I'm gonna draw him out, and so he flies away, and you see John and Lois here, and John just says, "Oh my God, that's awesome," and Lois says, "Yeah, that never gets old." It was such a nice family issue. I had so much fun reading it. This is the Superman that I grew up liking, as a DC fan, and I'm really excited to see where it goes from here with Rebirth. What else we got from DC? DC. This isn't technically DC, but from Vertigo, we've got Lucifer issue number 5, and basically it's the next part of this current story arc where they're still Lucifer and Gabriel are trying to figure out who killed God, and I don't want to spoil anything in here because basically we find out who did it, and there's a huge twist with it. But the thing I like about this issue is we get a lot of great character development from both Gabriel and Lucifer, and to see, even though his brother's the devil, Gabriel still has much love for Lucifer, and he does care about him. He defends him against the other angels and all that stuff. And it's like, Lucifer might be a dick, but he's not that bad of a guy. It's really interesting. Holly Black is the writer for this series, and I want to see who does the artwork. The art is done by Lee Gerbert. I hope I pronounced that name right. It's a good book. I mean, I don't think it's for people that just watch the show, because this is literally a continuation of the old school Lucifer comics from the 80s that were a spin-off of the Neil Gaiman Sandman stuff. So if you're an old school Vertigo fan, I definitely recommend you check out Lucifer. It's a good read. Okay, indie stuff. I'm gonna go through these a little quicker so that I'm not just rambling. Invincible issue number 127. Robert Kirkman, and the artist is different. It's the original artist when Invincible first started. It is the artist is Corey Walker, and man, it's been a long time since Invincible has been out, and I forgot how much I missed it. Like, I opened up the first page of this book, and I read the dialogue, and I started crying like a baby. I was like, oh God, because okay, so I don't have enough time to summarize all of Invincible, but basically our main character Mark Grayson, last time we saw him, he ended up somehow sucked up into a portal, and he was in like an alternate timeline or whatever, and he ended up coming back, right? This is the issue where he first finally comes back, but it turns out when he comes back 5 years later in his own time, so he's been gone for 5 years, and he when he left, he had a baby, like a little 5-month-old baby, and now like the baby is a little girl, and the thing in the first page, he comes back, and I'll read the dialogue. He says, "Yes, I'm your, oh God, I was going to be there for you every day. I wanted to spend every day with you. I got back. I wanted to teach you everything. I wanted to, Daddy." And then he just says, "I'm so sorry." And then she says, the thing that got me was when she says, "It's okay. I still love you." And then like there's this image right here of them hugging, and I'm just like, oh, too many feels for the first 2 pages. I was bawling. I was like, oh my God. The emotional attachment I have to these characters is crazy. I've been reading this series for I think like 4 years now. I think that's how long it's been going. And man, like it just hit me hard. I loved this issue so much. Invincible, guys, one of Robert Kirkman's best series, if not his best series. I might piss off a lot of Walking Dead fans, but this is honestly way better than The Walking Dead. He does such a great job with this book. And it's a book that with stuff in superhero comics that I've always wanted to see. A hero that actually ages, gets older, grows up, and goes through life. Like I love that. It's so cool. Moving on, Cry Havoc. This is a really interesting werewolf series that I picked up from Image. It's about this chick who is a lesbian werewolf, and she fights other werewolves and monsters and stuff in Afghanistan. In some parts, it gets really complicated to really explain the story. This was more of a backstory about how she got into her whole situation and all that. Because this is, the first arc and everything. The artwork is really good. I love the colors in here. Really vibrant stuff. Love what they do with the artwork. If you're a werewolf fan, I highly recommend you check out Cry Havoc. I actually recommended this to Chris, and he loved the book. So definitely recommend it if you're a werewolf fan. Last indie book I've got 3 more. So Red Sonja, issue number 4. Is it 4? Yeah, number 4. Marguerite Bennett and Marguerite Sauvage on the artwork. Basically, it's Red Sonja versus these Red Sonja doppelgangers here. And she kicks ass, takes names, but at the cost of one of her allies. And once you mess with Sonja's friends, you done crossed the line. Let's just say the king has health to pay, and he does not want to fuck with the she-devil. This was an action-packed issue. Had a lot of fun with it. Again, I don't want to go into too much detail because I don't want to ramble, and I want to give Kyle his turn. But definitely, if you are into Red Sonja and you liked Gail Simone's run, and you like Marguerite Bennett's writing over at Marvel or at DC, I highly recommend you jump on Red Sonja. Hellchild from Zenoscope Entertainment. This is Pat Shan's newest series. This is a lot of fun. We find out more about Hades' daughter and kind of what exactly her backstory is. It turns out she was in love with Dracula before Dracula became Dracula, and the whole reason he became a vampire was to become immortal so that he could be with her for the rest of her life because she herself is a goddess. But then when he ended up getting the power of becoming the first vampire, he ended up killing her on accident, and this is what plunged Hades into the darker place. But now that Hades is a changed man and a better person, he his current girlfriend Lysel Van Helsing is trying to help him kind of cope with this loss. And initially, she wanted to just communicate with her spirit, but somehow she ended up bringing Hades' daughter back, and it leads to some crazy shenanigans. And Hades' daughter escapes, and she ends up. We find out because the vampire bite from Dracula, when she died, actually did turn her into a vampire. So she's now half demon, half vampire. And she, at the end of the issue, she ends up getting surrounded by a gang of biker werewolves, and she kills them all. It's pretty intense stuff. Like I'll show you. Here's the image of the biker werewolves, and then I'll show you really quick. This is her basically tearing through them right here. Some great artwork. Zenoscope does some really intense stuff, man. Don't let these the sexy covers that you're used to seeing from Zenoscope fool you. These are some really hardcore stories. I really enjoy it. Pat's a friend of mine. Definitely support the book. Indies never get enough love, guys. Definitely check out any of these indie books that I've talked about because they're all really great in my opinion and deserve a shot. Last but certainly not least, we've got Lords of the Jungle issue number 2, which was actually on the Midtown pull list that Chris set up for me. So thank you, Chris. And this basically we find out that Jungle Girl is on the search for Tarzan, and Tarzan is actually in England trying to rescue Jane. and basically the end of the issue has her meeting up with the bad guy because she thought he was supposed to meet with him previously, but the bad guy at the end of the issue drops the bombshell. Sorry, you're too late. Tarzan's dead. So obviously Tarzan's not dead, but we're going to see where this goes. I really enjoyed it. It had a lot of great action in it, and I'm interested to see what the dynamic will be like once Sheena and Tarzan finally meet up. And that's pretty much for my indies. That's pretty much it.
All right. Before I start, Jeremy, do we have any comments?
It's weird. Like I don't see the chat. I don't see the chat where it normally is on the video. So.
All right.
Huh.
We might. Maybe this one might not have a chat because I'm trying to. Trying to figure out. I don't know if. I know chat should be generally like enabled. Like I know I didn't. It doesn't say disabled.
That's weird. Wait. Which way did you set it up through? By the way, did you do what I was saying with the Creator Studio or whatever?
Oh well, I did it before, but I did it on Google Plus, so that's how it was.
Oh, that might be why. That might be why. Okay.
Okay, so
if you
go ahead.
Okay, so that might be why. Sorry if you guys can't comment. Looks like we had a little bit of a technical error. But anyway, I guess we'll keep going.
I guess we'll have to X-nay the Q&A part then.
Yeah, sorry about this, guys. We're still learning. This is the first episode. I'm sorry. Don't worry. I have more experience with the whole Google Plus thing, so I'm gonna try to host next time, and hopefully that'll fix that problem. But anyway, you want to? So since we can't really do comments, you want to jump into the Marvel stuff?
Yeah, that'd be good. You want me to start off?
Yeah, go ahead. I talked long enough.
All right. I'm not sure if you guys will be able to see this. This is Captain America. No, Sam Wilson, Captain America number. I think this is 7. No, this is 8. I think. It's by Nick Spencer, and the artwork is by Renaud. I think that's how you say this artist's last name. This is the final tie-in to Avengers Standoff, which is like a little mini event that Marvel says is like a prelude to Civil War II. And
even though it's really a Captain America event that was just that was kind of just there to make Steve Rogers young again.
Exactly. But this is I think the last issue I liked a lot more. Probably because I'm not saying that Nick Spencer didn't put a lot of effort into this, but last issue was really was kind of explosive with a lot of stuff. Like we were bringing back Steve, like bringing him back to a young kind of. And this issue's kind of just, I guess, right before the finale, the calm before the storm, I guess you could say in a way, where Steve's kind of, Bucky and Sam were talking about Steve like being young again, and that's all this really is. And then they have like a fight with some like sea level, I believe, villains. And there's a guy that's going to be on the Thunderbolts, I believe.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, because they keep talking about him like, oh, he was this one good guy, and he was on the Thunderbolts. So he might be in the Thunderbolts book, I believe. I've heard people say that he is. So. He looks pretty cool. I don't know anything about this character, but he looks pretty cool. One thing I really did like about this, though, and I really appreciated that Nick Spencer put this in here, because a lot of people were worried about this, and of course, if Marvel didn't like put this in all over the internet, that Steve was going to have his own book alongside Sam. But I like that Steve said, "Here's your shield back." It's like I gave it to you. I didn't lend it to you. I gave it to you. You're Captain America, and I'm just Steve. I'm just me. And I appreciated it. I really did. You know, I thought Nick Spencer did a great job with that.
Yeah,
that was a nice
like, and again, that was one of those things because everybody had that whole hoopla over, oh no, it's a black Captain America, but like Steve is just showing it doesn't really matter. Like, he's earned it. Sam does deserve his place as Cap.
You know, at the end of the issue, the Avengers all come together, and it's right before. I've looked at solicitations. I don't see it anywhere. I don't know when it's coming out. I mean, it could be next week. Could be the week.
Oh,
after
the Omega issue. The Omega issue comes out next week.
Okay, so this is all finally wrapped. It's going to be all completely just wrapped up next week. I will say this though, and Jeremy kind of said it like before I was able to, but my biggest problem with this is it's not an Avengers thing. It's just a Captain America thing. And I think they only did that just for sales. I think that
because Avengers sells more than Captain America because of the movie recognition.
Yeah, that's true. And I mean, I know a lot of people didn't like the Ultimate Universe, but when they did events, they just did 4 issues. They didn't have to do this expansive 12-issue thing. They had tie-ins, but they didn't have like these 12 parts to their events.
Yeah, and the tie-ins didn't really like affect the main story. It just had to do with that particular book.
Exactly. And I think they should have just ran through Captain America. Like, I think if you read this in singles, I think reading this in trade's gonna suck because you have
to jump from like the Alpha to All New, All Different to New Avengers to Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. to freaking Illuminati, and it's weird.
And like Howling Commandos or whatever that book was before it got canceled.
I forgot that was a thing.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything of it, and it got canceled at its final tie-in issue. But I think my point is just this is a great concept of having Maria Hill, who's I think the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. now. I'm not sure because like Quake is
she's director of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Yeah, because I know Quake was like up there. I remember something I can't remember, but basically, she like uses the cosmic cube fragments to create a child, like that's like sentient, just this character that can do whatever. And they had it where they made the villains into good people, like just they erased like everything of them bad and put new memories in there and changed their whole appearance, and basically just kind of lobotomized them in a way, I guess you could say.
Without their consent at all. Like they kind of just did it without even warning them or anything.
Exactly, and it was like, damn, like I know some people are like, man, Maria Hill really lost like her good guy card, or being a good character. Why didn't Nick Spencer do that? And I'm like, guys, Maria Hill's been this way.
She lost that card ever since Civil War, guys.
Yeah, she lost it for me even before with I think it was the Collective storyline after House of M. She had like a psychic go into Spider-Man's brain, like forcing.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
She has moments, like there was once in Rick Remender's Cap where he came back from Dimension Z. She was like really nice, and I'm like, oh, this was before Secret Invasion. I would have said you're a goddamn Skrull, but it was Marvel now, so I couldn't say that. But yeah, it's a good concept. It just gets muddled with all the other stuff. I wish this could have just ran through Sam Wilson Captain America. It could have just been, it could have had the Welcome to Pleasant View, the Alpha number 7 of Sam Wilson, and then this, and then the Omega. It could have been just 5 issues.
And honestly, like I agree with you. Like the the event as a whole, it's a really, really cool concept, but in the end, I feel like it was too dragged out and it had really kind of bad execution. But who knows? Maybe the ending will save it. We can't fully judge it until it's all wrapped up. But as of right now, it's kind of hit and miss.
Exactly, and I was just really angry because I had to read Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., which is by Mark Guggenheim. I could have taken everything else, but
oh man, no, dude, I hate it. The reason I hated it, right? Okay, if we're talking about Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. real quick, the reason I hated that was I had just read the New Avengers issue that tied into this, right? And I read the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. one, and I'm like, did I just read the same book? This is exactly the same thing that happened in New Avengers.
Yeah, they took the exact same panels and everything, just different art.
Man, they were lazy as hell with that book. I mean, what the fuck?
And they got you to read that first issue with having a guest star appearance from Wolverine, and I thought it was Laura, but it was like Logan, and I'm like, they wouldn't bring back Logan.
There was, and I already knew it wasn't Wolverine because one, if Wolverine was brought back for real, it wouldn't be in a lame ass book like Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Yeah.
No offense to the creative team that works on that book, because I'm sure you guys work hard, but let's be real here. It wouldn't be us if we weren't honest. That book is kind of lame.
Yep, that's very true. So yeah, like I said, I don't have any problem with Nick Spencer. What he's been writing has been fine for Avengers Standoff. Just the other stuff, but we rambled on about Avengers Standoff. Let's go into a very fun, very entertaining book that I just adore every time it comes out, and that is. Hopefully you guys can see that cover. I read these all on the internet. Girl gives me the codes.
Power Man and Iron Fist. Oh, that book was so much fun. I read it through a code also, but I don't feel like pulling it up on my phone. Man, I love this book, and I love again, Jessica in here is hilarious. I love Danny. I love how Danny's like, just Luke, come on, man, just tell me if Jessica doesn't like me. He's like, no, she's just like that to everybody she cares about. Like, don't worry about it. And he goes, hey, how come Jessica's allowed to curse and you're not? Because she's the boss, Danny.
She does whatever she wants.
Oh my god. Like, I love that, man. Like, I really, this is the kind of stuff that, like, we heard about, Alias 2 coming out soon. This is the kind of stuff I want to see from Jessica in the future going on. So, like, it's so much fun. Like you were saying, it's a very fun and enjoyable book every month.
Oh, looks like we got comments actually in this video apparently.
Oh, we do? Oh, cool.
Yeah.
All right. So what are I don't have them. So what are the comments?
Just Malcolm saying, "Look to your right." I think he said that to you for the chat. So I guess it's there. Okay, so I didn't screw up. Okay, good.
Okay, cool. So it is there.
All right, cool. All right, yay. Thank you, Malcolm. All right. So yeah, I think Power Man and Iron Fist is great. The dialogue, I don't know if you agree with me. It's really witty. Like
that's the thing. I love everything about this book writing wise. The only thing that's keeping it from being an amazing book is personally, I'm not the biggest fan of the artwork.
Yeah, the artwork isn't great. It's somewhat growing on me. It's just I don't like how he draws Luke at times. Like Luke's like really massive. Like it's massive.
And
Luke's.
Is it me or is his head shaped weird to you? Because like that bothers me. Like
yeah, his head's massive. I was like, God damn. And oh man, like it's pretty big. But the character in this, I'm not sure if she's from the comics or Walker made her up because I've not read a lot of Heroes for Hire. But what's the female's name that's like used to work for Heroes for Hire? Jean.
Oh, you're talking about Jean Joyce? Yeah, she's an old friend of Luke and Danny. She was their secretary back in the Heroes for Hire days.
Okay, I'm sure.
She's also Black Mariah's sister, I think. Yeah, I want to say sister. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, something happens to her at the end of the issue with the Soul Stone necklace, and man, I was like, oh boy.
And I love the twist at the end where they actually get hired by somebody, but it's the last person you would ever think to hire Luke and Danny. And I was like, oh man, where is this gonna go?
I do like when that person gets thrown through a building and hits Luke's car, and he's like, oh man, I didn't have insurance on that.
Oh man. When I saw that, I instantly thought of like the State Farm commercials. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
That's great. Oh man, but yeah, it's a great book. The artwork is very much hit and miss. It's all right to me. Just at times,
it's average to mediocre. But I feel like Luke and Danny definitely deserve better. Is my thing, especially with the writing being at such a high level.
Exactly. So I guess we'll move on. So this was a pretty quick read for me, but I enjoyed it. I've liked this book surprisingly. I don't hate this character by any means. I just never have read a run with this character, and that is hopefully you guys can see these. The Totally Awesome Hulk by Greg Pak. I don't know if you guys can see that cover. It's a little bit blurry, a little bit too bright. I don't know what's going on. But
maybe if you turn the brightness down on your tablet, they'll be able to see it.
It's pretty low. Hold on, maybe that might work. I'm going all the way down. Might work a lot better. There we go. Oh, it's a lot better.
There we go. That's a lot clearer. There you go. Yeah.
All right, cool. So yeah, it's written by Greg Pak, but the artwork is by, it's not Frank Cho because, well, no one's ass is massive, so.
Hey man, Frank Cho he's very appreciative of the female form. Matter of fact, he does it with dudes too, so at least he doesn't discriminate.
Yeah, I know. Like I was looking at some panels from Mighty Avengers, the one after Civil War, and I was like, man, even when Tony Stark's in his Iron Man armor, his armor's got a big ass. So it's like
hey, Quentin Tarantino likes feet, Frank Cho likes ass.
Yeah, that's fine then. But this issue was I liked this issue a lot. It was about seemed like it was kind of scary for me a little bit, like for Amadeus show. Like he didn't know, like things were happening and he had no idea. Like he just would take a nap or he would just go unconscious and the Hulk would take over and he wasn't in control.
That was some pretty interesting stuff. I wonder if that's like Savage Hulk from left over from when Banner transferred over his powers and stuff, or if that's like a new type of Hulk, or because you know how Hulk usually works, where it's usually kind of a fraction of your personality or whatever. I'm wondering if that's what's going on, or if this is just remnants of Banner's Hulk trying to take over Amadeus, and then. Of course, there's that stuff with Amora going on in the background when she tried to take control of him also. I feel so bad for the kid. Everybody wants to use him as a puppet.
Yeah, and at the end of the issue, oh man. Yeah, Amadeus has got his work cut out for him. He's got a...
Oh yeah, that's for sure. He's going to have some lady problems in a minute, for sure.
Someone very mighty. So this was a good read. Greg Pak, he's just great on this book. I love his writing.
He handles comedy very well. I can't wait to see what happens in this next issue because you know how Amadeus has been all horny and whatnot, flirting with every female he comes in contact with. So I'm wondering, we're not spoiling who it is. We gave little hints here and there, but yes, it is a female. So I want to see how Amadeus interacts with this chick and how hard she's going to beat his ass for saying some stupid shit.
Oh my God. And also I love his sister. I love his sister. She's so awesome. I really like her a lot. I don't know if she's been around in Amadeus Cho stuff before, but this is my first.
Yeah. His sister's been around for a little bit. Back after Civil War when Incredible Hulk was rebranded Incredible Hercules and Cho was kind of his sidekick, you see his sister every now and again, but this is the first time she was ever really prominent.
Okay, gotcha. But yeah, I love her a lot, and I love that they're just in a floating hovering
Korean barbecue truck. That is so cool. I was you get extra points for that one.
That was really good.
Korean barbecue is awesome, by the way. It is delicious.
Oh, really? I have not tried it. I'll have to give it a long then. Okay, so we'll go on to one of my favorites. This man has another book I'm going to save for the end, but the Marvel solicitations had this, and then it disappeared off the Marvel page. So this book just came out, and it came out this week, but it wasn't on the solicitations. They removed it. I don't know why. But that is, hopefully, you can see this, Extraordinary X-Men #9 by Jeff Lemire with artwork by Humberto Ramos. So
now I want to ask you really quick, Kyle. I know, Ramos was an artist on Spider-Man for a long time. How are you liking his art for the X-Men?
I'm actually surprisingly liking it a lot more than I thought I would. I've never really loved Ramos's artwork. I think the only place it was ever really good to me was Spider Island. I don't know. There was just
that was my opinion as well. I was my problem, and it's not necessarily a problem. I guess it's more of a nitpick with his artwork. Is his artwork seems a little cluttered to me. Like whenever he has like multiple characters going on the page, excuse me, it seems like it's really kind of cramped. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I completely agree. And he's just like a lot of the characters are like sometimes he draws them like with their arms and legs, like they look like really bony. Like I don't know if that makes sense. Like
like it's kind of like angular and pointy.
Yeah, it's really weird.
I know what you mean.
And sometimes and I have this with John Romita Jr. How he draws females' faces, like he doesn't do it differently from dudes. Like he just draws dude faces with females, but with long hair, and it's a little. I just see it a lot. Like sometimes I look at Jean or something like that. Like there's that cover where she's on that, like her back's to the wall and she's like got her teeth are out and she's like and I'm like, looks like a dude. I'm sorry, like the face looks like a dude, and I'm just like, I don't know.
Oh man,
it's just what it is. But for Extraordinary X-Men #9, this is kind of what happened when Colossus and the younger mutants, Glob, I think his name is.
Glob, Anoli, and I can't remember the other one.
I think God, I can't remember the other ones. They were really. I know there was like a green.
No, I know. It's Glob, Anoli, and there's a third one whose name I can't. Is it?
I think it's like Martha something. It's like I think it was Martha, or it was like it's the brain one, the girl with the brain next to herself.
Yeah, I know. I know what she looks like. I just can't think of her name right now. Dang it.
But anyways, we'll I'll make sure I'll look it up probably sometime later. But basically, this is an issue dedicated to what happened when Colossus and them went into the Ark and got transported to the future, where Apocalypse was. Now, they came there, and we saw Colossus in the last issue. We saw Colossus banging on and I think it was the Ark that teleported them there. And we didn't see them again. So when Jean, Old Man Logan, and Storm went through, we see older versions of those younger mutants. And then the final page is Colossus as Apocalypse with Deadpool, Moon Knight, and Venom, I believe. And then I think
I wasn't sure if that was Venom or not. So yeah, you think it's Venom also?
Yeah, it looks like it's Venom. I'm not sure. And then I don't know who the green one is. I don't want to say Swamp Thing. I know that's not Swamp Thing. It's like I don't know who that green guy is. There's a big green guy.
I couldn't tell you either. I had a hard time figuring out who everybody was besides Moon Knight and Deadpool.
Yeah. But yeah, it doesn't feature what happens to Colossus. We just see him fighting like Moon Knight and Deadpool, and it has to be Venom. It looks like a symbiote.
Real quick, I wanted to ask you. I was getting a weird kind of Secret Wars flashback because of the whole, what I'm talking about with the different domes or whatever. Like in Extraordinary X. Like, were you getting a kind of Secret Wars type of vibe? Because like they had the whole Iron Man thing when they were traveling through. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. No, it really did, because it was like, and it felt kind of Brainiac with like how like parts of the globe were in little
with
bubbles.
the bottle city, definitely got that kind of thing too.
But yeah, I really did, because each part was different, and you know, it was just like survival of the fittest. Mutants weren't around. I did like hearing them like, mole men are around, but mutants aren't. That's not fair. It's like,
yeah,
that was pretty funny to me. But yeah, this is just an issue dedicated to the Young Mutants that went with Colossus, just going kind of like day by day, almost. Like it goes day 1, then I think it goes day 6 and day 28. And they were there for a whole year. So it's kind of like what Remender did with Cap, but
they got pretty huge in a year. Like, whoa.
The only one that didn't look any different was Glob. He was kind of the same. I mean, I don't think your bones can grow muscles. I know they can't grow muscles.
Yeah, because he's pretty much like Flubber. Like, I don't know about if like that's what I thought of when I first saw him in this run. He's basically Flubber. Yep.
And I have to say this. I know this would be probably a romance no one would want to see, but I just want Lemire to do this. And they keep doing it, like putting this out there. I want there to be an issue where Jean Grey and Glob go on a date. And I just want it to be the funniest thing ever. Like,
I know, it seems like it would be hilarious to watch. Like, it was almost as awkward as that issue of All New X-Men where Kitty and Iceman tried to go on a date. And they're like, yeah, so what do we talk about now?
Exactly. Oh man, it was. I just want to see that. And like Glob is one of my favorites. I love Glob. I don't know what it is.
He's pretty much this run's equivalent of Gold Balls. Like, I don't know about you, but Gold Balls was that dude in the Bendis run. He was pretty funny. I liked Gold Balls.
Mm-hmm. And I think Lemire's doing a good job picking up. I know a lot of people are like still very mad at Marvel, and it's understandable for kind of pushing the X-Men to the side. But I don't think the X-Men books are bad. Like, I think a lot of people think.
No, and honestly, I don't buy into that whole pushing the X-Men to the side. Do you see how many X-Men books there are? If they wanted to cut the X-Men down, they would have only had like 2 X-Men books. There are like 3 or 4 going on right now. So, like,
exactly,
the X-Men have always been huge, and they will be huge. And I mean, like, nobody really calls Marvel out on this, but the X-Men, when you really think about it, have always been kind of in their own little corner.
Yep.
Like, they barely really overlap with Avengers or Fantastic Four or whatever. They're usually just in their own little world.
Yeah, and I think it might be just one of those things where people are just starting to think, hey, why are you pushing the X-Men to the sides? Because, well, the whole thing about Marvel now was putting the mutants everywhere after AVX and kind of trying to get them out there into humanity and making them, you know, a lot better, you know, with the society, and trying to do that, giving them like Avengers to work with. And but yeah, they've been their own thing for a long time, kind of like Daredevil was. Like Daredevil, like through Bendis and Brubaker, I even believe, managed to somehow stay out of like event tie-ins like for
especially back in you're right, the Bendis Brubaker era. Because basically, in those times, they basically made Hell's Kitchen its own universe.
Exactly, but yeah, I don't think that like the X-Men franchise, like for the comics, is bad. I think it's really good. Like, I'm mixed still on Colin Bunn's book. It's not bad. It's just kind of middle of the roads for me at the moment.
I feel similarly. I can't talk right now. Similarly. About Colin Bunn's book, kind of like in the way I feel about Power Man and Iron Fist, but the writing is just okay. Like, the writing is just average, but the artwork I can't stand because it's him. It's the Tracer. I don't know. He
actually left the latest issue.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah, and I noticed. I was like, no more land. He's gone.
Oh wow! I'm gonna definitely check that out then, because I was like, I'm not gonna read anymore. I read like the first 2 issues, and I'm like, I'm not gonna read any more of this until he's gone. Now that you tell me he's gone, I'm gonna start reading.
Yeah, but I'm just curious how this Apocalypse Wars is gonna, because this is a thing that is gonna run through Uncanny, Extraordinary, and All New. So I don't know, and they all have like the Apocalypse Wars symbol right there at the bottom, the logo right there. So, and
I'm glad Wolverine isn't being dragged into this.
Yeah, neither Wolverine. Yeah, neither Wolverine book is being dragged in. It's just they're completely their own things, which I'm really happy about. But I'm curious to see how this all ties together. I hope it's not like Avengers Standoff where it's just a Captain America thing, and I'm hoping it's not just this story was just for Jeff Lemire's book, but Marvel wanted to just cash in on a big event, so you had to read, you know, All New and Uncanny. You know, say you're just reading Extraordinary. You know,
yeah, and that would definitely, the thing about those events that like is a problem for readers, especially nowadays, is when writers are forced to do tie-ins like this. Like it really interrupts the flow of their story that's going on. And you know, we were talking about Avengers Standoff earlier. I feel like All New, All Different Avengers was hit really hard by that stop in momentum that you know, Pleasant Hill you know, gave it. And I hope that isn't going to be the case with the X-Men books.
Exactly, I completely agree. But I do appreciate that before we were tying in, we kind of got to tie up like All New, X-Men got to tie up their stuff. So I think they're tying in their next issue. And Uncanny is not really, I don't know, like their first story arc didn't really seem to stop. It seems like it's still going to be a thing, but they're just taking a break to do the Apocalypse Wars tie-ins. But it seems like the only one I'm really kind of happy with at the moment as a crossover is Spider-Women. I think that's the only one that seems to get the idea of what it is. Like they should be continuous, like go through it. Like you have part 1, part 2, part 3. They should be parts, not just
Although I'm not gonna lie, I honestly was not a fan at all of the Alpha issue.
Yeah, it was okay.
I didn't like it because, like, you know, all 3 of the Spider-Woman books, even though I don't read Silk on a regular basis, I flip through it all the time at my comic shop just so I know what's going on and stuff, and I like the artwork in there. All the Spider-Woman books have really great artwork, but for some reason in that Alpha issue, that artwork was just bad. I don't know.
That was actually the artwork from Scarlet Witch #1.
Really? I liked it in Scarlet Witch. I didn't like it here for some reason. And maybe it was just like, why are you guys at spending your time at Chuck E. Cheese and stuff? I'm not, but anyway, that was about the Alpha issue. Go ahead and continue what you were saying about Spider-Woman.
But, well, either way, you can talk about Spider-Woman since I know you said you read Silk, I believe. So,
yep.
You can definitely, if you want, we can actually get into Spider-Woman right now since,
okay, cool.
So go ahead.
All right, so this is Silk issue number 6. Yeah, it's 6. I got the variant cover because I didn't like the regular cover, and J. Scott Campbell is one of my favorite artists. I'm getting the Campbell covers for all of these Spider-Woman issues because they form a connecting image and it looks really cool. But yeah, this issue is mostly focused on Cindy. And actually, if you really pay attention to what's been going on in the story, Spider-Woman has really been mostly a Silk event because it's the main bad guy we're dealing with is the Earth 65 version of Cindy. And in this issue, pretty much, Cindy, for those of you guys who don't know who Silk is this girl who was bitten by the same spider as Peter Parker, and she also got, spider powers. But Ezekiel convinced her to stay in the bunker and all this mess. She was locked away for 10 years, separated from her family, and now her whole series has been about trying to reunite with her family, find out where they are, and reconnect with them and stuff. And so the second she got to Earth 65, the first thing she wanted to do is see what this version of her family was up to and what her family was like, and if they're alive. And if they are alive, she wanted to just interact with them. So we see here that she does end up meeting up with her family, and it turns out this Cindy Moon, this Earth's version of Cindy Moon, is actually she cut ties with her family and basically cut her entire family out of her life, and her parents obviously are pissed about it because she kind of just left without saying anything. It was like they didn't even fight or anything like that. Cindy kind of just up and left, and so they obviously don't want anything to do with Cindy because Cindy like severely disrespected them like that, and but her little brother, who's actually graduating from college, in this time, like this Earth version of her little brother, he still has a lot of love for his older sister, and he actually invites her to his graduation. They have a nice heart to heart, and he gives her a hug, and she's like, you don't know how much I miss you, more than you'll ever know. And obviously this isn't her little brother, but she said it to him just because she wanted to get that out. It was a really sweet moment. And then she sees that on the invitation, her brother had Cindy's address. So she goes ahead and she goes to check out Cindy's place. And she finds out Cindy is like super rich. And she has like a bunch of like expensive clothes or whatever. And she looks into the mirror, and the mirror does this weird like ID scan or whatever. And it opens up, and there's like a secret elevator. And she's like, oh crap. Only two kinds of people have secret elevators in their multi-million-dollar penthouses: pop stars or a supervillain. And I love her inner monologue. Because as she's going down the elevator, she's like, please be a pop star, please be a pop star, please be a pop star, please be a pop star. And then the thing opens up, the elevator opens up, and if you can see here, she has she's had all these monitors or whatever, and it says Agents of Silk, and she goes, oh crap, supervillain. It always has to be supervillain. It can never be pop star, can it? God damn it. And she's like, Agents of Silk, what does that even stand for? Please tell me the K doesn't stand for killing. Man, like, I never really liked Silk before, but I actually really enjoy her dialogue here. She's really funny and really witty, and like she makes a lot of these like 90s references because obviously she's been trapped in a bunker for 10 years, so like all her pop culture references are stuck in the 90s. So it's pretty fun. She ends up running into this scientist dude, and he's like, Miss Moon, you're back so soon. She's like, get out of here. I need to find information. It's like, where did my dimensional teleporter watch go, Doctor? And he's like, as per your orders, Miss Moon, I sent it with Agent Drew. She's like, Agent Drew, as in Jessica Drew? Yes, ma'am. And he's like, oh crap. So this actually ties into the end of last issue. If you guys read Spider-Gwen, which was part 2 of the event, Cindy calls Jessica, and so Jessica answers the phone, and here she tells Gwen to go find Cindy because she needs to go take care of something. And I love the line. She's like, okay, I'll go help Cindy, but what are you gonna do? I'm gonna go beat myself up.
Okay, that is interesting.
And so Cindy obviously is discovered as an imposter by her evil counterpart's henchmen, and so she's running away and all that stuff. And the cool part, something that I found really interesting, she comes across this scientist dude again, and he's like, whoa, what are you doing with that squid thingy? And he goes, it's not a squid, Miss Moon. And then the last page of it, I'm sure you know where this is going. He says, yep, it's an octopus. And I'm like, oh, Earth 65 version of Doc Ock. That's kind of cool. All right, I'm down. This was a fun issue. I never liked, like I said, I never liked Silk before, but she had me cracking up here. I was like, well, I might check out a couple issues after the event is, and if it holds up, I might stick with it. I don't know. Like, it was pretty fun. I didn't expect to enjoy it as much as I did.
Yeah, I've never liked Silk. She's a Dan Slott creation, and I thought how she was put into the mythos of Spider-Man was just awful.
I totally agree. But honestly, when you see her handling her own series by a different writer than Slott, she's really well done.
Yeah, I'd imagine that. I make no bare bones about it. I'm pretty sure it's better than what Slott did, but I don't know. I just like after Spider-Verse and the stuff I had to deal with her, I can't take enough of her. I just can't have any more of her. But that's totally fair. If the book's good, that's fine. It's just that character.
Oh yeah, no, I totally understand. Literally, the only reason I'm picking up the book is because of the event. But like I said, because it really surprised me, I might check out a couple issues after the fact, after the event is over, to see how it is. Because I hear Jonah is really good in this book.
Oh, okay, awesome.
What I've heard from other people. So yeah.
All righty. So I guess we'll go on to the book I really wanted to talk about all week. It's written by a guy I'm really starting to become a really big fan of. Last week he did Moon Knight #1, which was excellent. I loved it. And this week he did his final issue for all new Hawkeye. This is, of course, written by Jeff Lemire with artwork by Perez, Raymond, I believe. Raymond Perez.
Yeah, Ramon Perez. Yep, Ramon Perez. Yeah, he's
So
I want to say something really quick. And Kyle, this is going to be part of our normal running joke that we always have in our videos. This has to do with Kate, right? And Kate's backstory with Clint. You know what team that's tied to, right? You know what team that's tied to, Kyle? It's tied to say it.
Yeah. The Young Avengers.
The Young Avengers. And this was a very cool issue, especially for me being a huge fan of Katie and her time in the Young Avengers, because it really ties everything full circle. But I'll get into that when I talk about. Go ahead and give your thoughts. I just wanted to say Young Avengers.
God damn it. Okay. That's totally fine. So I've been a big fan of this book. No offense to Fraction. I wasn't a massive fan of his run. I didn't think it was bad. I just thought it was good to okay. I know a lot of people thought it was amazing or one of the best Marvel runs in the past decade. I personally don't think that. I think there were good issues. I just didn't think it was that level of good, personally.
I thought it was good. It was, and in my opinion, I thought it was like kind of a breath of fresh air, because at the time, before they went into this trend of Hawkeyeing everything, at the time it was a really refreshing idea of, this is what Clint does when he's not an Avenger, and this isn't like him fighting supervillains or whatever. This is him taking care of stuff around his apartment, and his horrible love life, and all this other stuff that goes on with him. And I thought it was, it was just a good fun book. It wasn't like mind blowing or anything like that. It was just, fun.
It was, it wasn't bad. I did hate how he treated Jessica. I thought that was really out of character for Clint, just like cheating on her. And he's like, yeah, I don't care. I'm like, wow. It's like, wow, what a dick move. I've actually really loved Lemire's run, though. I thought Lemire's run was really good. Once I finished Fractions, I read the first 5 issues before Secret Wars, and thought it was really good. I know some people weren't happy with that ending for issue 5, but I'll say this: these 6 issues right here, all is one story. It's 11 issues. Lemire had an 11-issue arc, and I like how this ends. I think this is a great ending on Project Commune and on Kate's kind of backstory, a little bit of in her past, and why she's Hawkeye. And I love, the end of the book where she's like, you're my hero, you're my hero.
That was my favorite moment of the entire book, when she says, when Clint's like, the reason why I didn't want you to do this on your own was because I needed you. I'm selfish. I need you around. You're my best friend. And she just says to him, you're my hero. I was like, oh.
Yeah, I know. And it's just, this is one of those relationships that I like a lot. It's not like a kissy one. It's a friendship.
Yeah,
it's a.
I love that it's strictly platonic, because that never happens with superheroes that work together. Somehow, writers always try to force the two superheroes that work together into some kind of romantic relationship. But this is just straight up an awesome friendship.
Exactly, and I love that. In the past, we see Hawkeye, and she thought he was amazing. He just was this normal dude, and I love that. And even Barney says, "You're just a shtick. You're just the typical guy that the average Joe Schmo can relate to." And I was like, "Hey," he's like, "Hey," and it ended up being that was the reason Kate loved Hawkeye so much.
Yeah.
But this was just a nice way to end it for these two characters. That was what the run was kind of at the end of Lemire's first volume, was kind of setting up the fall of their friendship. And then the second volume came back and was setting up, building it back. And, this was just about them. And I love the ending with them just walking, together, on that island that Barney had, at the end of Fractions Run. He took all of the money Clint got. And it's just a nice ending. And I was worried that the one reason I was a little bit upset that I heard this was ending was because, well, I'm not a big fan personally of New Avengers by Al Ewing. And Clint's on that team, but I don't like that. I'm not a big fan of that book, so I don't read it. And I was like, Clint's nowhere else. And the worst part is Kate's nowhere else. Like, there's no Young Avengers book. Like, all the
I know, I'm so mad. I would totally read just a solo Kate book. I love Katie. Katie is one of my favorite characters, my favorite member of the Young Avengers. I'm hoping this is where I hope she goes. I hope she becomes a supporting character in Ant-Man for Cassie, because issue 6 of Ant-Man was amazing, and I loved seeing that friendship back again. And I'm hoping she can bring that to Nick Spencer, can transfer that over and keep that going, because we can't just not have Katie in a book.
Yeah, she's been in a book for since Hawkeye started, and that was when that was a little bit before Marvel Now, and then Marvel Now, it was Young Avengers. But the thing they said, though, and I appreciate this, which made me happy, was that they said, look out for Civil War 2, because Hawkeye is going to have another book with a new creative team. So I said, yay. I was really happy about that. I was like, good, Hawkeye's getting another, book, actually. So I don't know what's going to happen in Civil War 2. I'm like one of the few people that's somewhat optimistic to giving it a chance, the concept alone, and the writer, Bendis. So that made me happy. I was like, good, the book's coming back. But yeah, this was just Lemire's take on the character. He didn't copy Fraction stuff, but he did pay homage. He clearly loved Fraction's run and took that stuff and built upon it, but made Hawkeye his own. So this, if we were doing picks of the week, this would have been my pick. All new Hawkeye number 6. Jeff Lemire, you are amazing. I'll continue to read your books, man, at Marvel, and whenever I get into independent stuff, if you're writing there, or DC, I'll read. I love Moon Knight. Extraordinary X-Men is fantastic, and Old Man Logan is just wow. So
I totally agree on Moon Knight. Extraordinary X-Men I like, but it's not as up there as Moon Knight is. And Old Man Logan, it's good, like I said, but again, it's not one of those ones that for me is good but not great.
That's fair. But yeah, that was the one I was most wanting to talk about. Because I'm gonna make the thumbnail with them walking away. That's gonna be the thumbnail.
That's
cool.
This. I'm totally cool with that.
And it's not spoiler.
Are those all the Marvels you read though, or is it?
I have the Mighty Thor and Captain Marvel and the Uncanny Inhumans. I have nothing to say about the Uncanny Inhumans book, to be completely honest, this week or this month. It was just a couple of Inhumans, I think, with his last name's McGee, Detective McGee going around looking for the stolen anti-Terrigenist that was stolen. It was okay. The Inhuman stuff, besides Karnak, has not been wowing me. And I don't know if that's just they're forcing it down our throats, the Inhuman stuff, or is it if it's just I'm just not a big fan of this idea. Like I love the first.
I think it's a bit of both. To be honest, because to me, right, I've always thought the Inhumans were an interesting group, but the fact that they're pushing them so hard is just it's making me kind of just tired of them.
Exactly.
Like you were about to say, the first arc of Uncanny Inhumans with Black Bolt and Kang the Conqueror, really good stuff. But this kind of fell flat for me, so I agree. I don't really have much to say about it either.
Yeah, but I actually didn't know you read it. So I thought but it was okay. Yeah, like I said, it was just all right. Nothing bad. But the last two I read, I don't have much to say on these either. I don't know. This was somewhat of a weak kind of. This wasn't as strong of a week for Marvel to me personally. It was.
So
it was not.
You want to talk about Thor first? Because I mean, again, I don't really have much to say about it. This is honestly my least favorite book this week. But not saying that this was a bad issue, but I was expecting something totally different from what I got. In a way, because last issue ended with us seeing Odinson, like, so we know where Odinson is. So I was like, all right, cool. So next issue, we're gonna find out what he's been up to, how he got there, and maybe him breaking out or something. But no, we got this random story about in the Viking era about this guy Bodolf who used to pray to Thor. Yeah, who used to pray to Thor, and Thor used to come to his side during battle, and then he decided to change sides, and he started praying to Loki instead, and he ended up turning into some kind of weird rock man. It had some great artwork and really cool action scenes, but again, this isn't the story I wanted to read, and apparently it's continuing in the next issue. So I'm like,
I'm not looking forward to the next issue of this at all. It was pretty.
Like what did it have to do? What does this have to do with what's going on? Was my biggest thing. Do you know? Because I couldn't think of any real connection.
I don't know. I can't tell unless this character is going to come in. What I got from the story was just Loki. Don't fuck with Loki, I guess, because that guy, Bodolf went to Loki after Thor screwed him over. After Bodolf screwed Thor over by not praying to him. So that's what I got.
And it's weird because usually, I know you also read Aaron's God of Thunder run, and it's weird because the when he did the Viking era stories before, they had such a strong connection, and they were relevant to the story, and it flowed so well, and he was still able to balance like the Viking era stuff with the present day stuff. And I don't understand why he just didn't do that same kind of device here. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I completely agree with what you're saying. I mean, because what I thought this issue was going to be right here, I thought it was going to be like a flashback to how Thor got there, and
exactly. Like that's what I wanted, because you can't just end it with showing Thor tied up somewhere with Ultimate Thor's hammer right there, and he's screaming for his mom, and it's just like, oh, cool, we finally know where he is. Now Thor's gonna come back and start kicking ass. Yeah, let's get to the next issue. And the next issue, it has nothing at all to do with this. Well, shit. Why am I reading this then?
Exactly. I thought it was. I don't want to say pointless, but it felt kind of just
I trust Jason Aaron. I'm sure he has some kind of bigger plan, bigger setup. But as of right now, at least, this really didn't do anything for either of us.
Yeah, it honestly, if I can be, I just want to say this. It's probably my least favorite issue out of Jason Aaron's entire run.
I would honestly agree with you there, because Jason Aaron's run was damn near perfect up until this point.
Yeah, and who knows? Maybe next issue could wow us, and we could be like, "Oh, that's how it ties in." But as of right now, issue number 6 of Mighty Thor was not our favorites. It wasn't awful. I'm not gonna say it's awful. It just wasn't great, or even good. It was okay. If it was like a standalone story fine, but it's just weird, like in the middle of a story arc, like you said, right after seeing Thor with the ultimate Thor's hammer. It's just like, really, it's a little bit disappointing.
Yeah, because like that cliffhanger built up such a great hype, and I'm like, oh, so this is where we're going. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. And my mouth was watering for the next issue, and I was like, wow, this is it. But oh well, it is what it is, I suppose. Anyways, my final issue for this week is a book called Captain Marvel, and this is the 4th issue. This is by the writers who did season 2 of Agent Carter. They were the showrunners. It's by Kaz and Butters, and the artwork is by her last name, I believe he or she last name is Anka. This issue was pretty good. Like, I don't have much to say on this issue either, personally. It just was kind of like a brawl with the this invading ship, and about as much as I can say. And they captured a prisoner, and Carol let him go out of like, hey, we're not your enemies, and we treated your wounds and all that, so go back to your ship and tell them we're not enemies. We don't want to fight. Because they have the Kree, I think the Kree star or the Hala star on their ship, and Carol has that on her costume as well. So they think they're enemies, and they're not, And so at the end, it's just like, oh boy, like it's going down, So yeah, this is good. I just don't have anything to say about it. Like, nothing jumped out at me.
Really quick though. Since we're talking about Captain Marvel, I know this doesn't directly have to do with Captain Marvel, and I guess we could talk about this more during the news, give our full thoughts. But I recently saw a teaser that said Standoff Omega promises the return of the long-awaited return of a fan favorite hero, and all the teaser is the Hala star. So the Captain might actually come back, the original Captain. I mean, that's. I'll let you go ahead and think on that, and we can talk about that more when we get into the news and the Q&A section. But I just wanted to bring that up since we're talking about Captain Marvel.
Wasn't he? Oh God, I don't want to sound dumb. He's dead, right? Wasn't he? Isn't he?
Oh yeah,
dead?
he died. He got killed by a Korvac during the Korvac saga.
Okay, good. I was about to say, I was like, I know he's dead. Like I was did I miss something?
No, don't worry about it, Kyle. You're not going crazy. He's been dead for like 30 years.
Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure, because I'm like, I just read Alias because I'm going back to the mid-2000s, and I'm finally reading Alias, and it's like that one arc with Rick Jones. He keeps talking about fucking the Kree Skrull War, and Captain Marvel, and I'm like, he's dead though, and I'm like, it's like there must be some mini event I missed, but yeah, okay, so. It's weird though. Like, that was one of the few characters that stayed dead, and they make a big deal about his death. That's really weird.
Yeah. Again, like, we'll talk about it. I'll let you think about it more, and we can talk about it more when we get to the news and stuff. But yeah, I wanted to bring that up since it was Captain Marvel related. Since I didn't really read this book, and I can't offer anything more to the conversation here.
That's fine. That's all I had to say. I mean, it wasn't a great issue. It was good though. It was solid. That's about it for me.
Okay, I have 2 other Marvel books left. Well, one that's an actual Marvel book, and one that's a Star Wars book. So I'll start with the Star Wars book, I guess. It's the final issue of Obi-Wan and Anakin, written by Charles Soule with art by, I am really gonna butcher this name, Marco Ciccoletto. I really apologize. I have no idea how to say this name, but the artwork is beautiful, especially the landscape stuff. Like, that's mostly ad. Here you go. Look, there we go. That's better. The landscape stuff is just beautiful. This artwork is really cool. Basically, this final issue shows Anakin really kind of coming into himself as a Jedi, learning, gaining more confidence, and you actually see him contemplating leaving the Order. But then Obi-Wan convinces him, he's like, you can do much more good in the galaxy as a Jedi than as just Anakin Skywalker. And Palpatine is a creeper, as always, and it's just he is like, he basically, all right, so he does the equivalent of taking Anakin to a strip club, because he wants to show Anakin just how corrupt the Senate is, and like how shady and what kind of different dark dealings the Senate has to do, and how corrupt they are, and how the Republic is a broken system. You know, basically planting the seeds for Palpatine to brainwash Anakin into becoming an invader and all that stuff. And it's really funny. Like, as every time I read any speech bubble with Emperor Palpatine, I'll try to find the page with Palpatine in it really quick. Where is Palpatine? It was probably earlier in the book. Well, that's on the planet. But I need to find a page of Palpatine before I can make this joke. But when I was reading Palpatine, whenever I was reading Palpatine, and I saw him talking to Anakin, the only thing that I just kept seeing and hearing in my head was, "Do it, do it." I'm like, oh my god, it's so funny. But again, Soule does a good job with this book, especially showing the friendship between Anakin and Obi-Wan. And like, I don't know how you feel about this, Kyle, but I know for me personally, as a Star Wars fan, you hear in the original trilogy a lot about how Obi-Wan and Anakin were best friends. But in Episode 2, they really didn't feel like friends at all. And in Episode 3, they definitely did, but you don't know how they got to that point. But in this here, it really kind of showed the foundation of that friendship and showed how much Anakin actually values Obi-Wan, not only as a master and a mentor, but as a person. So Soule did a good job here.
I have yet to read any of the Star Wars stuff. I've heard it's all good, and just like
oh yeah, definitely. If you ever get a chance, definitely I would recommend getting those in trade, especially Aaron's Star Wars, man. Aaron's Star Wars has been great. I mean, Aaron's in general is just knocking it out of the park for Marvel.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was about to say, is like he's killer. I'm just waiting for when Marvel does their next relaunch and he's like on an Avengers book or something like that. I'm just waiting for him to do it.
Man, him on an Avengers book would be great.
Could you imagine him like the main like premier team? Like, Jason Aaron's like, Marvel would be like, Jason Aaron's has the premier Avengers team book. Like, they wouldn't have that.
Dude,
it wouldn't just be
he would be the first one to put Wolverine on an Avengers team, and I would love to see Laura on an Avengers team. Just come on. Now you got me wanting to see it. But anyway, my final book from Marvel this week is actually one that I just started reading because I got the first 2 issues of this book, and it's Hyperion, issue number 2. And it is by, I gotta take it off the board. Really. Oh no, I can see it right here. It's by Windick, and the art is Valeria by Varelia and Fernando. Great artwork. It's Kyle, it's pretty early on. I feel like you would like this book. Basically, right? It's you've read the issues of Avengers World with Hyperion in it. Have you? Do you know who Hyperion is and stuff?
Of course, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so basically, this issue, Hyperion's first arc so far is Hyperion, after killing Namor, in issue 1 of Squadron Supreme, and having that talk with Cap about, Hyperion, what the hell, basically where Steve was like, Hyperion, what the hell is wrong with you? We fought side by side. You're an Avenger. Why are you doing this? You're not that kind of person. You're a hero. This is a villain. That's something a villain would do, and you're not that kind of man. And so Hyperion feels kind of very conflicted about himself, and so he kind of wants to live a normal life to figure out what his place in the world is. And so he's working as this like truck driver, and this girl who you see on the cover here, her name is Doll, and she has this ability to control metal and all this stuff. And basically, she's an orphan, and these weird carnival freaks abduct her, and she managed to escape, and she's looking for help. So she sees the truck driver dude, and she's like, I recognize him from somewhere. He's one of the Avengers, and she's like, it's a Hyperion guy, and so she kind of is like, you're Hyperion, please, I need your help. I need a ride or whatever. She lies to him and says, I need a ride to my parents' place, and I don't have any money. And so he's like, all right, go ahead, hop in. And then the carnival freaks start chasing her and all that stuff. And Hyperion has to reveal himself. He has to protect the girl. He ends up using the truck bed of his semi-truck like a baseball bat, and he whacks a couple of the dudes. He ends up using his heat vision to blow up their vehicle. It's basically a Superman book, but in Marvel, and this Superman is like just very kind of cold and calculating, and it's really cool. And it also reminds me a bit of Mad Max Fury Road. You've seen Mad Max, right? It's kind of like that in a way where it's kind of an escort mission. He's kind of just traveling around, driving the truck and helping people from town to town. And so in this issue, they're in a town, and they're at a diner or whatever, and Dahl overhears that this guy's daughter was murdered by this weird worm creature, and I'll show you here. It's pretty freaky. So there's the worm creature that attacks those kids, and this is the kids being attacked. It's pretty freaky. So Hyperion and Dahl go and investigate what's going on, and this is where we get to see Hyperion's intelligence, how he can his X-ray vision can actually see all the way down to DNA, so he's able to trace the DNA of the girl, track her down, figure out where the bad guy is, and as they're investigating like the killer's hideout or whatever, the worm things come out and they start attacking, and the end of the issue, the big twist is the dun 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 type of ending where Hyperion is under the control of the worms. So I'm like, oh, where is this going to go now? It's a really interesting book. Hyperion is a really fascinating character when you really look at his power set and like where his character is and like his kind of journey to figure out like what is his place in the world now. I think you would really like it, Kyle. Definitely check out these first two and let me know what you think.
I actually read the first one because I remember I was first introduced to Hyperion in Jonathan Hickman's Avengers, and I really liked him there. I thought he was a really cool character, and I read the first couple issues of Squadron Supreme, but I'm so behind on that. I just didn't pick up the second issue of Hyperion because I'm gonna read all of the Squadron Supreme stuff and then read that second issue because that seems like it's like tied to all of that pretty. It's not real. It's not really actually. Like the only real tie into it is that he calls them to let them know that he won't be there in time. So this is more like Squadron Supreme and Hyperion aren't really connected. It's basically kind of like Clint on an Avengers book versus Clint in the Hawkeye series. This is what Hyperion is doing when he's not with the Squadron Supreme. Okay. So you can read both separately, and you'd be fine. But what did you think of the first issue? Since you said you did read that one. I really enjoyed it. I thought it was pretty good. Like you said, I agree. It felt like Mad Max and Fury Road, and it also felt like, for me, you said a more brutal Superman. It felt like Man of Steel, like Henry Cavill Superman, and
but done right. Like I honestly was way more interested in this.
Exactly, done right, and it was like, wow, it's like Marvel's Superman. It's like, and they just put their own spin on it, and like he's a truck driver, and I really enjoyed it. Yeah, it was really good. It was one of those I was like, wow. Act number one for me was like character. I wasn't sure if they needed their own solo, but I was like, okay. This needs, I was like, now I understand why this character got their own book,
I was honestly pleasantly surprised, and this is one actually when I was putting together my Midtown poll, Chris was like, hey, do you want to read Hyperion? I can add it to your list, and I'm like, I don't know, And then like, Chris was like, did you read Avengers World, Jonathan Hickman's Avengers stuff? I'm like, yeah. Did you like Hyperion in there? He's like, yeah, then give it a shot. So, I went ahead and added it, and I got the first 2 issues in the mail this past Friday with my Midtown pull. And I read it. I'm like, whoa, this is a lot better than I was expecting. Like, this is actually really interesting.
Yeah. So I'll probably read that second issue whenever I can, and then when the third one comes out, we'll cover that. So
okay,
together.
cool. So yeah, definitely Hyperion's definitely one of those sleeper series, guys. Definitely check it out. I feel like it's going to go under the radar for a lot of people.
Yep. So is that it, Jeremy?
Yeah, that's it for my Marvel. Yeah, Star Wars and Hyperion are my last 2. So we can go into the questions and comments now. Then we'll also talk about a little news here and there. But we'll start with the comments first because we haven't really did that yet.
I've consistently looked. It's still just Malcolm's comment at the moment.
It's still just Malcolm? Okay.
Yeah, it was just his look to the right one. It's totally fine. I know we don't have, I think we have 1 viewer at the moment, which is fine because we didn't announce the show, and it's on a Saturday, so it's clearly understandable.
Yeah, I mean, and we're totally cool with you guys just leaving comments post live because we'll check it. We'll definitely check it afterwards and answer you guys then. But so then I guess let's just go into the news and stuff. So we can start off with our favorite hero, this guy right here. The official title of the Spider-Man solo movie has been announced, and it is Spider-Man: Homecoming. Man, I am so looking forward to this. Kyle, what are your thoughts? Especially they had the official logo release and everything. What did you think?
Actually, I talked to Chris. I think it was the Saturday of your guys' Supergirl season 1 overview, and I actually asked him that, oddly enough, and he said he didn't hate it, but he wasn't a big fan of it, and he said he talked with Malcolm and it sounded like a Spider-Man musical, and I don't know, like it does sound like that. But I was okay with it. I actually liked it. It feels very meta.
Yeah, I was thinking that too. Like, it is literally his homecoming to the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Yeah, exactly. And I like the font. It looks really good.
It looks like did that font remind you of like the Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends cartoon? Because that's what I thought of when I saw it.
Yeah. Yeah, it did. It really did. Oh God, I'm just looking forward to this Spider-Man because I've seen a whole bunch of reviews. Like he's I remember one. I think it was Captain Logan on Geekvolution. Great channel. You guys should subscribe to it. He did like how he felt about it. It was spoiler free, and he said this is the Spider-Man we need and deserve. And I was like, that's exciting. That's like really exciting to hear.
I know. And one of my friends, he actually got to see it early because he works for our local paper or whatever. And he texted me right after he saw it because he knows how big of a Spider-Man fan I am. He's like, Jay, when you see this movie, you are going to scream your head off because oh my God, this is the best version of Spider-Man we have ever seen. Point blank. Period. Like the movements, the mannerisms. The look, and then the other thing he said that really made me laugh because I always bring this up whenever we talk about the new Spider-Man. He's like, dude, Aunt May is so hot. I was like, yeah, I know. I'm like, it's Marissa Tomei. I kind of expected that. But yeah, I mean, I really like the logo. Like I said, it reminded me of the Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends type of font. But the title Homecoming. That made me think of like 3 things really. One, like you were saying, the whole meta subtext about it being, Pete's homecoming into the MCU finally. 2, I was thinking that like there's actually a story arc. I think it was after Civil War called Spider-Man: Homecoming after his identity was revealed, and he comes home to Midtown or whatever, and everybody's like applauding him or booing him or whatever. But in that arc, both Captain America and Iron Man show up. And that kind of segues into our next piece of news. Robert Downey Jr. was confirmed to appear in Spider-Man: Homecoming. So, yeah, definitely interesting stuff.
Yeah, and the storyline. I'm not sure if you're talking Amazing Spider-Man. Sorry, I'm looking at my tablet just to see if there are any more comments. But the storyline, if you're talking Amazing Spider-Man, was back in black after Civil War. So I'm not talking you're meaning like sensational or spectacular at that time.
Yeah, but, I don't remember which Spider-Man title it was, but there was definitely I don't even know if it was after Civil War. I might be mixing up my timelines, but I know there was a Spider-Man Homecoming storyline where he teamed up with Cap and Iron Man.
Yeah, I know there's a Coming Home one with JMS, but I don't know if there's a Homecoming. But I'm not sure. But I'm actually really excited to hear that Robert Downey Jr. is in this movie. I'm just waiting for the news on Cap. It's feeling very much, and I know a lot of people. There's some people that are kind of like, oh, I didn't want Spider-Man to be an Avenger, and that's totally fair. If you think Spider-Man should just be his own thing, he should be street level. That's totally fair. I've always thought Spider-Man could do the street level stuff and be the kind of not galactic, but he could basically go fight Thanos in space with Captain America and Iron Man and all the Avengers, and I even did an Original Sin, and it was fine. Like Daredevil, I could never buy being an Avenger. Like New Avengers, I was like, I love Daredevil, but it's just like Avengers is just a big kind of galactic stuff, like the massive.
And he's totally like a loner. Like I mean, I understand him helping out his friends every now and again, but I feel like he'd be kind of like how Batman, used to be on the Justice League, where he would just kind of be like a part-timer, where he would come in when they need him, but he wouldn't be like an Avenger.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, the thing with Daredevil was always when he joined the New Avengers, that New Avengers was somewhat semi-street level. It wasn't as big as the Avengers, which was I could somewhat buy, but I'm fine with Spider-Man. I'm fine with Spider-Man being an Avenger. They're doing it for money, and he's a very popular character. And if you have Iron Man and Captain America in that movie, it's going to feel so much like Ultimate Spider-Man for me. And
yeah, definitely.
That's what I grew up with.
And that's a huge plus. Yeah, especially for people our age who when we started collecting Spider-Man stuff, like the stuff we started on our own for real was Ultimate, because I mean, obviously we weren't alive when the first few issues of regular Amazing Spider-Man were out, but we were around when issue 1 of Ultimate Spider-Man came out, and I remember getting that as a kid and being like, I actually got to buy a Spider-Man book by myself with my own money, and I was so happy.
Exactly,
it was great.
And before even Peter Parker died, I know he came back, but he's still dead now because the Ultimate Universe is kaput. But before he died, he was being trained to be in Ultimates, and of course in that universe they were called Ultimates, not Avengers, from what I remember. But they, and I'm fine with it here. I know a lot of people don't like the cartoon, the Ultimate cartoon. I don't either. I think it's like, oh man, why'd you have to go Ultimate Spider-Man? But that pisses me off because you kind of bastard. It's a
bastardized. You bastardized my favorite Spider-Man franchise.
Exactly. It's like when you say Avatar movie. It's like you have to say which one now. It's like, God damn it! Like, I didn't like either of the Avatar movies, the Airbender one or the Cameron one. But it's just like, you have to say it now. Just like
it's like when you say a Hulk movie. No, the good one.
Yeah, exactly. The Incredible Hulk movie, but I'm happy with Robert Downey Jr. Being in Spider-Man: Homecoming. I've always liked Robert Downey Jr. and I've heard that both sides are played very sympathetic, and it's a fair argument, and no side is treated like a villain. So. That's going to be a welcome thing, and Peter and Tony obviously have a connection because they're scientists. Well, Tony's not a scientist, but they're smart. They're geeks. That's their thing. Geeks.
And Peter's always an inventor. Always been an inventor. So obviously he's going to find like a kindred spirit in Tony Stark.
Exactly, and it makes sense why he has that expensive looking costume, which was one of my things I never liked about either the Raimi or Webb franchise was they somehow just got these Hollywood looking outfits and they were poor. And it's like, it doesn't make sense. So it's like, and even the original Origin, it was okay. Like him sewing it up, that was the 60s. It's totally fine. But, you know, I liked how they always did it in Ultimate. It was just a wrestling outfit. And, you know, he just added the webs to it. It wasn't like he paid for the spandex and everything. He just added the webs. So it was like, that's a plausible thing. You know, I was like, that worked. And, but yeah, I'm totally fine with Robert Downey Jr. and Iron Man, you know, being in that movie, as long as it doesn't take over the whole film. That's my thing. As long as it's a Spider-Man movie and not just, you know, hey, we're in. Sure. You know, I didn't like. I understood some people liked Ant-Man, but I didn't like that we have to sometimes shove down those. Hey, we're in the same universe after 8 years. People understand it now. You know, it's a thing. So that's all I got to say on that. So.
Yeah, and you know, really quick to just touch back on the Homecoming. The third thing I thought about with the title Homecoming is, what if this movie is about Peter trying to balance his life and trying to find a date for the homecoming dance, but the villains keep interrupting, and I'm like, oh my god, that sounds so classic, and it sounds like it would be so much fun if it is just Spider-Man Homecoming, like, you know, he's trying to find a date to the homecoming dance.
Yeah, exactly. I'm really, and it's like, I would love if they did Moreland first, because like that'd be so good. Like you want to be different, so just do Moreland. Like because I don't
know. I feel like Moreland should be saved for later, though.
I don't know. Moreland was always one and done for me. I mean, I don't know. Like I think Moreland's a one and done kind of villain personally. Like I think he's a good villain. It's just I think he's a one and done. Like what JMS did, like I don't think he was intended to come back in the other, or you know, like in Spider-Verse they made him a bigger thing, but I just think like for the Coming Home storyline that JMS did, he was a very much one kind of one-off villain that was kind of like Galactus. It was nothing personal. It just needed to feed. And you could have something around that. You know, it's not like Ultron.
I could see that. Yeah.
Yeah. It's not like Ultron where he's philosophical and he's talking about Nietzsche and all of that stuff. I think I said Nietzsche. Yeah, Nietzsche and Nietzsche or whatever. Right? I can never say that right. But
it's cool. It's Russian. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, but that's what Ultron was. He was one of those in-depth villains that you just had a lot of great points. And I don't think you need to do that with Moreland. You can make him a complex character like, say, Purple Man. Had a very simple motivation. Was one of my favorite villains, you know, for the entirety of the view. So you can just do simple motivation. I got to feed, but make that complex and interesting, and you got a good villain on your hands. And then, you know, you can focus on Peter Parker in this universe with his support.
I could totally see that. You actually convinced me that Moreland would actually be an interesting villain. Good job there, Connor. Can you imagine also, like, just a little bit more speculation on Spidey before you jump to the next topic? Could you imagine how hilarious a scene it would be if Pete's having girl troubles and trying to figure out who to ask to the dance or how to ask someone to the dance, and he comes to Tony for relationship advice?
Oh my god, that would be hilarious.
It would be so funny. It's just like, yeah, I wouldn't ask me why. Well, my girlfriend, my last long-standing girlfriend was my secretary, and now she's married to my assistant/driver.
Yeah, we'll see, because she's not been in. Pepper hasn't really. She's still.
Well, yeah, but again, he could just honestly, since Paltrow's not going to show up, he could literally just kind of say that in like a one-off line and be like that. But yeah, so anyway, we can jump to the next topic if you're good on Spider-Man for now. It's the thing I alluded to earlier with Standoff having the teaser to the return of Captain Marvel. So I mean, now that you've had a chance to think about it a little bit, what do you think? Are you interested to see what they're gonna do with Marvel, and how it's gonna affect the rest of the Marvel universe since he's been dead for so long? Or do you think it's just a cash grab because, Marvel is going to end up being in the Captain Marvel movie that's coming up in a year or so?
I don't know. Like I'm very anti bringing back people from the dead, and like Captain Marvel's was kind of one of those things where you read books. Like I remember reading Illuminati, the New Avengers Illuminati before Secret Invasion, and there was like when Marvel Boy was there, and they like have a very kind of powerful scene with Marvel flying through the air, and it's like you could be that. And they've always had teases to Marvel, like, oh, here he is, with Secret Invasion, with that like scroll that thought he was Marvel. But I don't personally. I don't want him to come back. I think he should stay dead. It's kind of one of those deaths that I never read the Korvac saga, so I don't remember what happened. I never read that, but
have you seen Avengers: Earth's Mightiest Heroes?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's pretty much like that. That's pretty. Okay. It was pretty faithful to that.
Okay, gotcha. But yeah, I mean, he should stay dead. You have Captain Marvel. You have Carol taking on the mantle of Captain Marvel. It's her paying, her respects to that character. And it's kind of what Sam said in Avengers. The latest issue of Sam Wilson, Captain America. He's like, I can't just go back to being Falcon because I just had someone named Falcon, as my new partner. Yeah. It's like, it'd be like Carol can't go back to being Miss Marvel because Kamala's Miss Marvel, and that's not fair to Kamala or
Carol. Yeah, and that's piggybacking off of what you're saying. Like that's exactly how I feel. Like I feel like if they bring him back, that would be such a waste. I mean, I understand. Like he has 2 sons and I think a daughter. That I think him being brought back would bring some interesting stories for them, but to be honest, like it would kind of ruin Carol's character in a sense because it would really kind of devalue all her hard work to really build herself up, especially after House of M when she realized that she could be on this level of Captain Marvel instead of just being Miss Marvel. Yeah, I think it would really mess with her progress and and it would just like interrupt the flow of where her character's been going. And honestly, Carol has become essentially the Wonder Woman of the Marvel universe, and like that learning from Marvel's death and growing from that is a big part of that. So if you take away that, it kind of ruins the foundation of her character.
Exactly. It's like, this whole Dead No More thing. It's like me and Alex, Movie Geek 17, for all those that are, longtime subscribers and fans of this channel know he was a member that was a part of the roster for a while. He's not available anymore because he's writing his own comic and stuff, which is really awesome. But I'm working on it, and he said, he was like, if they bring back Uncle Ben, they should just stop publishing Spider-Man because that was the whole point of Peter Parker becoming Spider-Man was from Uncle Ben's death. It's kind of like Miles Morales with Peter Parker. Peter Parker has to die for Miles Morales he doesn't have to, but in the Ultimate Universe,
it's what makes him become Spider-Man because of that guilt and that responsibility. If Uncle Ben's back, he doesn't have that guilt anymore. So why would he continue to be Spider-Man? Exactly.
It's just one of those things that I don't want, and I don't want them to bring Gwen back, and I know they won't because you have Spider-Gwen, and then there's I think Jean DeWolf, right? Is there?
They brought back in the teaser that showed Jean DeWolf, Captain Stacy, Gwen, Uncle Ben. The only character that I want back and is freaking Silver Sable. I want Silver Sable back. If they can revive her and keep her alive, that would be great. But everybody else needs to just stay dead. Although I did like Jean though. Jean wasn't bad.
She wasn't bad. I don't think.
Ignore that. That's just my garage.
Okay, sorry. I don't think any of these characters, no offense, are big time. Like I want to see come back. Like Gwen needs to stay dead. That was a very pivotal story. You know, that the death of Gwen Stacy was very pivotal. The death of Captain Stacy was very pivotal as well. It was a very important issue. It's collected in a trade. It's called The Death of the Stacys, along with Green Goblin's death, which of course didn't stick. But you just read that by itself. It's very powerful. It's just like just one of those things. And those two have to stay dead. Jean DeWolf, I liked her, but I don't think she's that big thing where it's like, oh, guess what, guys, we're bringing Jean DeWolf back.
Yeah, because I feel like if Jean was brought back, they would kind of just use her as one of those fill-in love interests, because you know Jean's whole thing was she was basically the Jim Gordon for Spider-Man, and she had a secret crush on Spider-Man, and before she died, Pete was gonna ask her out.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if I picked up the trades for Brand New Day, of course, a long time ago. But it would make sense since it's Dan Slott, and Dan Slott did this one issue back in the 90s where he had the black-suited Spider-Man, when Peter was like asleep, kiss Jean DeWolf. So I'm like, Does he like those two together, and he might be bringing her back? Because it's clearly obvious Mary Jane has no say in the Spider-Man books anymore. I like her in Iron Man, but it's like she clearly has no say in the Spider-Man.
Definitely. You can tell that like they don't like they're not using MJ at all, because literally the whole reason MJ is in Iron Man is because Bendis was like, well, no, they said no one was using MJ, so I decided to put her in here.
Yeah, and MJ's got more character stuff than she's had in like 10 years. Like since
Thank you, Bendis. I like again, like you're one of my favorite writers, and you know how to write MJ, especially if you look at his work in the Ultimate Universe. So I'm glad he has her.
Exactly, and I know a lot of people are like, "Oh no, he's gonna put them together." He's not, guys.
He's not. He's
not.
Tony has a girlfriend. Tony has a girlfriend, and this girl is actually on his level and can call him out on his shit, and is really cool. So I really don't think that he's gonna put MJ and Tony together. Yes, there was that whole thing during Civil War where he was peeping on MJ while she was getting dressed, but that's just Tony being a perv. Tony would do that with everybody.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, Tony's turning a new leaf, you know, especially with that girl. And I don't know if you'll agree with this. Tony's become really cool to me. Like I really love him.
Because the thing is, like, Bendis' Tony is Robert Downey Jr. Tony. Instead of comics Iron Man Tony, which comics Iron Man Tony is just a douche. A likable douche, but mostly a douche. But this Bendis' Tony is very much in the vein of Robert Downey Jr. Tony. So he's very witty, very charming. You know, he's got very snappy, fun dialogue, and he just brings out like kind of the best in other characters, really. Because like whenever Doom is there, Doom is actually helping him out. Doctor Strange and him are mustache bros.
Yeah. That needs to be a thing. That needs to be a thing in the MCU. That needs to be a thing.
I totally agree. Oh man. But yeah,
I think gradual as well with Bendis having Tony be Robert Downey Jr. Because remember, he just came from being Superior Iron Man, so maybe, and it seems like with that girl, he seems to be trying to be kind of having a different lease on life. Maybe he's just trying to
he just wants to be a better person. After he saw how dark he could become, he just wants to be a better person.
Exactly, and it's very gradual, and I'm loving Bendis' Iron Man. Like, it's great stuff. But I actually have a question for you, Jeremy. Because speaking of just relationships and stuff, I'm totally off topic. We'll end the show in like maybe 20 minutes once we're done with news and stuff. So last issue, and I didn't even know this, of Star-Lord, apparently Kitty and Peter broke up.
Yeah, I didn't know that either. I mean, they mentioned it in Guardians kind of offhandedly, and I was like, did they? Why? They're so good.
It's by Sam Humphries. He did it. Who got them together? And I was like, wait, what? Like, I was like, really? And I looked at solicitations for the later issues, and it's just through his story. And I was like, I know Bendis didn't do this because he had that one-off.
Because in Guardians, it looks like they're getting back together. It's weird because they mentioned that they had like that they're giving each other like because the way Bendis phrased it in that issue where they're in the prison together, it's the way he phrased it is like they're taking a break. They need some space to cool off or whatever. But they're not. They broke off. They broke off the engagement, but they're not broken up. But the fact that Humphreys was like they're fully like divorced or whatever, like what?
Yeah, it didn't last that long apparently. So I guess I know you said you liked it for what they did with Kitty with Black Vortex. So now you can't like it. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I know. I mean, like that's the whole thing. Humphreys, what are you doing to me, man? Like I enjoyed that development for Kitty where she actually got over her fear of space. Because I mean that was a huge thing for her, especially being trapped in that bullet for 2 years. Man, to take that away and to finally have her be happy with a Peter. She never gets to be happy with a Peter.
Yep, that's true.
And then you just take it away. Like the Colossus thing, that was doomed to fail from day one. Like Pete Wisdom, that was just a fill-in for Colossus. Which again, doomed to fail. Colossus
Bobby
tried to have. Yeah, Bobby wasn't a Peter, so that was doomed to fail.
Yeah, it didn't last too long, and did them breaking up, and I know I bring up this character a lot, but did that kind of feel like how Fraction broke up Spider-Woman and Hawkeye? Like it's that really good couple
it felt really out of character, yeah, especially for Peter because Kitty. Peter on multiple occasions in the last volume of Star-Lord says how much Kitty makes him a better person and how Kitty inspires him to be, she sees the Star-Lord that he should be and he wants to be that person for her. And he doesn't know what it is. Ever since he first met her, they had that instant connection where they kind of just, their pieces click together no matter how messed up they are. Like they work. And that's how I felt, and I'm like, you're just gonna break them up for no reason?
Yeah, it's stupid. Like I mean I wasn't a big fan of Black Vortex, but I liked that development for those two characters, especially for Peter. He's been a Playboy for a while, and it was nice to see him get some development. And it's just sad that they took that away. I don't know if that's just a thing where Humphreys is just going to play with a story and like, oh, they're back together. How dinosaurs did that.
I'm hoping so because it looks like in Guardians that they're going to get back together. So we'll see.
Yeah, so we'll hopefully they're back together because that was one of the things I always liked about Black Vortex and even what keeps me kind of reading Bendis' Guardians because I'm not a big fan of that personally. So yeah, I don't know. Curious. Is there any other news we have, or
I feel like that's good enough. We covered a lot of different stuff. A lot of the TV stuff for DC. We talked about during the Supergirl panel. So I feel like we could skip over that. Yeah, I think we're good. I mean, so we can. I guess now we can jump into the recommendations really quick, and then we'll wrap up the show.
Yeah, let me look at the comments one last time. I looked at it a second ago. I know we got it. I'm looking right now. Just want to make sure. I know we got one comment from Malcolm on Nietzsche. And he says, by the way, Nietzsche is German, so it's not Russian, Jeremy, like you said.
I thought for some reason I thought Nietzsche was Russian because in the philosophy class I took my freshman year, we studied Nietzsche at the same time as Kierkegaard and all the other like Russian people. So maybe I just mixed him together with Russian philosophers. My bad. Thanks, Malcolm.
Yeah, Malcolm just hit you with some knowledge, as he likes to always do with me. So anyways, yeah, we'll do our recommends and we'll kind of wrap up. We're sorry, guys. This is a little bit scattered shot. It's not as, like I say, professional and put together well. We're first episode, so next episode will be much better. we'll be a lot more organized, which is just, so we'll try to find like a date we can do this. Maybe we might do update videos to let you know, or who knows, we'll find how we can let you guys know that this is a series and it's happening, going to be every weekend or whenever we can do it. So, but yeah, go on to recommend something.
All right, cool. So we're doing. Are we doing 10 or 5? Or how many you want to do?
I know you said you wanted to do 10 all different. So I guess we can do 10. That we recommend.
Okay.
So.
Okay, cool. You want to just go back and forth. You do one and I do one, and we'll just do 10 to get all together for the both of us.
How about we just let's do that. Yeah, we'll do it really quick because.
That's what I was thinking. But like, if we do one each, one back and forth, we can just kind of lightning round it.
Yeah. All right. Cool. All right. You want to start?
All right. Cool. So probably the biggest one I would have to recommend would be Miss Marvel. This is one that I have loved since Marvel Now when it first premiered. But this book, to me, is this generation's equivalent to Peter Parker. She's just such a fun character. Her supporting cast is just so interesting, and this book has so much heart. It's light, it's very relatable, and you can't help but fall in love with this little girl. Like, she's just somebody you want to see grow and develop as a character. It's just a great series, especially with the stuff involving her, her religion and her, of course, her being Muslim. It's a very interesting look into that culture, and Miss Wilson does a fantastic job on it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So I guess we're just doing number ones first, right? Most recommended.
Yep.
Okay. Oh boy, I'm reading a lot of good stuff. I could say is number one. I'll say, I guess this is typical. Might be typical. I'm going to recommend Spider-Man, the Miles Morales book.
That was on my list too, so I guess that'll cover that for me. Go ahead and say what you want to say, and I'll piggyback off of yours.
In a world where Peter Parker isn't Peter Parker anymore, and it hasn't been for a long time, it's nice to have a Spider-Man in the 616 that encapsulates everything I loved about Peter Parker for the longest time. Peter Parker to me now just doesn't read like Peter Parker. I just read Dan Slott, or it's weird. Like in teen books, I read Peter Parker, but in the main Amazing, I don't read Peter Parker anymore. It's really weird. I don't know what it is, but it's just nice to have a book that focuses on interpersonal relationships mixed with the classic Spider-Man stuff. The Spider-Man identity getting in the way of your personal life and the superhero stuff. And Bendis does what he always does best: talking character stuff with the heroes. And it's great. And you don't have to read anything with Miles. It will definitely inform a lot of stuff. But if you just picked it up here, you could really fall in love with Miles. He's one of those books where if you're not like happy with Dan Slott's Spider-Man, or you say you don't care about any other Spider-Man but Peter, but he's not who he is anymore, I'd recommend Miles's book. It's wonderful. It should be the flagship Spider-Man title. I don't like that it's called Spider-Man. I think that's kind of lazy, but it's good. It's fantastic. It's a great series. It's only 3 issues in, but Bendis is doing some great stuff, and I'm in love with that book. So yeah, that's my number one that I'd most recommend to anyone.
Yep. So to piggyback off of what Kyle said before I go into my next one, I absolutely love Spider-Man as a book. Pretty much for all of the reasons Kyle said. This is, I'm definitely not happy with Amazing, and no matter how bad it gets, I'm never going to drop it. But man, it's pretty bad. but Miles gives me what I wanted in a Spider-Man book, and it's very relatable. Especially for me personally, being Latino, having that representation of a half Latino, half African American Spider-Man, it's really great. And Miles has stuff to offer that Peter really didn't have when he was Spider-Man. Because, Peter, he just had his Aunt May. But Miles, he has his mom, he has his dad, he has his hilarious abuela. His grandma is just the funniest character in that series. He has Gank, he has, Lana, all these great supporting cast. And that's something that Spider-Man's lacked for 5, I would honestly go as far to say maybe 10 years now. Spider-Man, Peter hasn't had a strong supporting cast like he used to, but Miles does. And the artwork by Pacelli is great, although I do miss Marquez. But Pacelli, she was the original artist who created Miles, so I'm glad to see her again. Definitely agree with Kyle on that one. Spider-Man is one that I highly recommend. But jumping into my next recommendation, I would this one's a team book, and this is one I know Kyle enjoys a lot as well. Ultimates. Ultimates is such a great book. It's Al Ewing, right? Al Ewing is the writer for that book, and it has such an interesting team. We've got Miss America Chavez, we've got Black Panther, we've got Captain Marvel, we've got Blue Marvel. It's such a great book. And basically, the Ultimates, for those of you guys don't know, deal with galactic universe-shattering problems before they even happen. And they even fix the Galactus problem. It's such an interesting book, really cool concept, and the team, chemistry and makeup is awesome. And I love that Blue Marvel is really starting to get a push now. He's a great character that I've always wanted to see more of ever since his first miniseries, in the 2000s. Definitely highly recommend that book. That's probably the best book Ewing has, to be honest, in my opinion. But what do you think about Ultimates?
All I'll say is, and I think this is, because me and you agree on this, no disrespect to these writers, but this is the best Avengers title. Ultimates is the best one. It feels like it's there. It feels like it's there for a reason. It has a purpose. I understand where Al Ewing is going with it. And I'm just in love with it. Great team, great concept, and just wow. Especially with that ending to the last issue with certain, Chin Boy. I don't want to spoil too much. I just Chin Boy, but for right now, but it's going down. There's some stuff and very interesting stuff with Galactus going on at the moment. I'm really intrigued to see where that goes. It's a great book. Great, like I said, just great team, all of that. I'd highly recommend it. And also, I keep saying this, and I'm going to push this. Denzel Washington needs to play Blue Marvel. I'm just saying he looks like Denzel Washington.
Totally agree.
I don't know what Denzel Washington's opinion on superhero movies is, but he'd be perfect for Blue Marvel. And it's not like a physical role, so it's not like he'd get hurt or anything like that. It's just basically Marvel's Reed Richards and Superman mixed together. So it would be a great role for him. And I don't know. I think everyone's in love with Denzel Washington, and that'd be like the greatest casting choice ever for me personally.
Yeah, for sure.
So I guess I'll go on to my number 2. It seems like a lot of the books I'm picking are just things for great character stuff, and just moving them forward. And I'm going to pick, it's really hard because I think a lot of Marvel stuff has been really good as of late. And I'm going to pick All New Wolverine by Tom Taylor.
That was actually going to be the next one I was going to talk about. Wow, we are really on the same page this episode.
Hell, I'd even say the entire time you've been on this channel, we've agreed for the first time the most. It's first it was Daredevil season 2, now it's this.
Man,
interesting.
things are just changing around. But yeah, I totally agree. This book has been amazing. Although I am very sad to see Lopez go. I don't know how I'm gonna feel about this next artist, because I was looking at some previews. I don't know.
I haven't. I know I saw the cover, and I know Squirrel Girl's in it, which Squirrel Girl's everywhere now. It's insane.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
but
anyway, go ahead and continue. I just wanted to put that out there.
it's totally fine. So Laura Kinney, for those who don't know, she was introduced into the Marvel Comics universe about 10 years ago, good 15 maybe so now. Her first big kind of breakout thing was excuse me, X-Men Evolution. That's where she first appeared. And then Craig Kyle and Chris Yost did a miniseries. I think it was called Innocence Lost or Lost Innocent. Innocent.
Yep. X-23, Innocence Lost, and then the next one was Target, and then NYX, and then she eventually got that amazing series by Marjorie Liu, which was a very unfortunately short-lived.
Yeah, exactly. And this is a character that is very much legacy. I've been waiting for this for a long time, and she's doing it not because she thinks, she's better than anyone else to do it, or she's, it's like, oh, well, I can do it if I want because I'm the one with the adamantium claws. She's doing it because she feels like there needs to be a Wolverine out there. She's trying to live up to the legacy of her dad, basically. She's trying to honor the Logan legacy and make him proud and turn a new leaf, get a new lease on life where, she was very much in this. Laura is a very much dark character with a very dark past. She was born to be a killer, was literally manufactured. Her mother, Sarah Kinney, how they had to have Laura be created was just awful for Sarah. I felt so bad.
It was so messed up, especially because it's Wolverine's DNA. Forced, this woman is forced to carry the kid. She doesn't want to, but because this is her research and her project, she ends up becoming the surrogate, and she knows what they're going to do to this child afterwards. But obviously, neither of us are parents, but I can only imagine the first time you see your kid, you don't want anything bad to ever happen to them. And so that's why Sarah was very defensive for Laura and things like that. And if you guys haven't read Innocence Lost and you want to get into X-23, I highly recommend it. Like, it's one of those series where you read it and you just instantly fall for that character because you're just like, oh my God, you poor thing.
Exactly. And it's one of the best ways of taking something that's not in the comics, that's been in other forms of media, and putting it into the comics, where we know Marvel and DC do that all the time now. And it felt very natural, and was like, yeah, why wasn't she in the comics? And it was how they put her in there was really well done. And I always felt like the ending to Innocence Lost was very emotional, with Sarah.
Oh yeah. Where she gives her the name. It's like you're not X-23. You're not X-23. You're Laura. You're my Laura. And it's just even going back and reading that, it still gets you.
Exactly. I know Sarah wasn't a big, massive character, but I loved her. I actually really adore Sarah Kinney, her mother. And it's just, she's a character that just has a very tragic past, Laura. She's been filled with a lot of darkness, and it's nice to see her become a superhero, get the life, and be a much brighter character, not be seeped in darkness. And I know I wasn't a big fan of the second arc they did for all new X-Men, but I love to see when she's got that puppy in her hand and she's like, look, Warren, she got a smile on her face and she's happy.
I loved that. That was so great.
Yeah, it's like she's happy, she's not sad, she's becoming a superhero and she's living up to her father's legacy, and that's the best reason to pick up the book. And she has to know Kill Rule, and I think they're doing a really
Yeah,
effective.
and the other thing I love is especially, and I know we've talked about this before off air, but I mean, in her first arc, she actually has kind of a little sister in this character Gabby, and I love Gabby, and I like that she actually has her own sidekick going on. Because if you guys don't know Wolverine, it's a tradition for Wolverine to have a a young female sidekick. So
Exactly.
This is her kitty pride in a way, and Gabby is just such an awesome character. Like I can't wait to see more.
I know, and it also, that scene at the end where they're walking together out of there is parallels the scene in the first issue of All New Wolverine where they're at X-20. They're like that back in their X-Force days where she has that like dream, and you see a scene of Wolverine on the left and on the right, and then they do that again in the panel at the end, and I was like, that's a nice way to end your arc. It was really nice parallel.
That was really great. Tom Taylor is just such a great character writer, and it's definitely why both of us, highly recommend All New Wolverine.
All right. Well, I'm done gushing about that book. So
yeah. All right. So the next one I will recommend. Boy, man. It's getting harder and harder to narrow these down. Crap. Let's see. I'm gonna look at my Marvel list really quick. Okay, so I know we didn't talk necessarily as positively about this book this week, but I honestly would recommend as my number 4. Oh, this rhymes. I didn't even mean that. The Mighty Thor. Other than this one issue recently, The Mighty Thor has been a really great book, especially with the development of Jane Foster as a character and the struggles she has to deal with, the responsibility of being Thor, and her whole reason of why she wants to be Thor, and what that means to her. It's such a good book, and I really feel for Jane. And it's very grounded in a sense where it's just like, it's what would you do if you had the power of a god? And it's also a really fun book. Odin's a dick, but it's really interesting to see, where this book is going. And I love the positive message of female empowerment and taking down the patriarchy. And really, the Thor was one of the first ones to really kind of start the trend in Marvel of breaking the stereotypes of our main character doesn't always have to be a white male. So that was I always thought that was interesting, and I'm glad Aaron is doing it. I mean, Aaron has been killing it on Thor since God of Thunder. So I definitely recommend Mighty Thor.
Sorry, I had to charge my computer. It's down. Anyway, comic stash over there. But I completely agree.
You're lagging, Kyle.
A funny a gorgeous wife. Well, you got a great wife, so you got a good kid. So we love your book. So we love your book, and I just thought that was really funny. You heard see that comment, but the third one, I guess you can still hear me, right?
Yeah, you're good. You lagged a little bit. You lagged a little bit in the beginning, but you're good now.
All right, cool. I guess my third one will probably be, oh God. Jeez. It's hard. There's a lot of good stuff for me.
I know. It's getting increasingly difficult.
But I don't want my laptop to freak out. But I guess I'll recommend, because I'm just thinking about all my favorites. Doctor Strange by Jason Aaron. Oh my God, Jason Aaron. This man is incredible, like we've said, and
I've always liked Doctor Strange. I've never like read a run by himself. But I've seen
I'm in the exact same boat. I've seen him interact with people and I've seen team ups, but I've never gotten into Doctor Strange individually.
Yeah, exactly. And his book is just fantastic. It's funny. It's intriguing, and this whole last days of magic stuff is really awesome. It's just, I'm like, wow, like it's an intense book. The artwork by Bocciolo is actually pretty good in that book. I'm not a big fan of Chris Bocciolo personally, no offense to the man, but I think his artwork works really good here, and it fits the tone of what Aarons is doing, and I'm really happy with the book. I'm looking forward to next week because that's when I think the last days of magic, Doctor Strange.
The first one shot comes out next week. I'm looking forward to that for sure.
Weird. Magic, but it's, if you're not a big fan of Doctor Strange or you're looking forward to getting into him because of the movie, I'd highly recommend that run. You don't need to know a lot about the character previously.
They catch you up really quick. Yeah.
And the thing about Doctor Strange, he hasn't had a run for like 30 years, I think, like good 20, 30 years. He's like, I think he hasn't had a run for like 20, 30 years.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's mostly been a support character, a team up or something like.
Yeah. He also Strider. We got 7 people in the comments. We have Strider. He says he recommends. He's got A-Force. He thinks that's a great book that centers around some of the great females of Marvel. I completely agree. That's one of my second favorite Avengers books.
Yeah, definitely. I actually was going to mention A-Force in my list at some point. I just didn't know what point I wanted to mention it in. That team is so good. G. Willow Wilson, like I said, is such an amazing writer, and that's the one thing I'm scared. I'm really scared for this new team because I don't know where the book is going to go.
Kelly Thompson has been working with her on the book, so the whole time. So,
okay. Then never mind. Then I'm not that worried. But I don't know how I feel about the art right now.
Yeah, it's a little bit cartoony, but he also recommends Uncanny Inhumans, which I can definitely see the appeal to that. I can understand that. And
I enjoyed the first arc a lot, but I mean, as of right now, I'm not the biggest fan.
And Jared Flowers says, "Hey guys, good to see you." Hey Jared, how you doing, man?
Hey Jared, what's up?
We're getting a lot of comments near the end of the show. Maybe we'll actually do Q&A then.
Yeah. If people are starting to pop off now, man, maybe we should schedule this for. Maybe we should have scheduled it for 10. Huh?
Yeah, we should. We'll probably. You guys let us know maybe 10 or something worse. Maybe we'll let it.
Let us know. Let us know in the comments. Like, what time would you guys prefer the show to be? Because we started at 9 because we wanted it to be early enough for people to be able to come on, but late enough that people wouldn't be busy during the day.
Exactly. So yeah, that's all the comments right now. Oh wait, got one from Strider. He's like, yes, Doctor Strange, yes. Yeah. All right. Go ahead, Jeremy, with your I think we're on number 4, right?
Okay. Yeah. So my next one to kind of go in with the magic thing is a character that I've always loved. And no, I'm not actually going to talk about Scarlet Witch because that book, I'm not going to go into it, but I really enjoyed the first arc, but then the recent issue, no. But the magic book I'm referring to is written by one of my favorite writers working in comics today, and that is Dan Abnett. It's Hercules. I love that book so much. God. So if you guys don't know anything about Marvel's Herc, right? Marvel's Herc is essentially, well, he was before this series. Marvel's Herc is essentially the Lindsay Lohan of the superhero community. All he does is party, get drunk, and sleep with other female superheroes. Like, that's all he ever did. Like, and he's built up a really bad reputation. None of his teammates or fellow superheroes take him seriously. And this series, Abnett has made Herc get his shit together pretty much, and it's he's gotten so much great development. He has a roommate, and his roommate is, of course, Gilgamesh, who's like this bum, and he's like not adjusted to the modern times, and he's just learning about TV and cereal and all this stuff. It's so funny, and it's so much fun. I love all the character progression for Herc, and I feel, if you guys aren't caught up with it, by the time you get to issue 6, if you are familiar with who Herc is, that ending of issue 6 is going to hurt you, because it hurt me.
That was so sad. That reminded me of Demon in a Bottle a lot with Tony. That was
really
sad. That was.
So what do you think of Hercules, Kyle? Because I saw you had kind of a very similar reaction. So what do you think of Hercules?
Sorry, I'm looking at the comments. Wow, I'm really happy we got comments, a lot more comments. Sorry, I feel like we're always on the same page with comics. Like, seem like we're like at ends meet with other things, but comics, we like have the same opinion most of the time.
Yeah.
I kind of just copy and paste what you said. It's a great book, very character driven for Hercules. I love all the supporting characters. I love Gilgamesh the most. I felt so bad for him. Like, one issue, he's just getting cut up, and I'm like, oh God, no, don't kill Gilgamesh. And, I was like, no, please, just don't kill him. And he's still alive. And I don't like about the book, and it's not Abnett's fault. It is kind of. It's just the way. I guess it's just the idea is the new gods, how they speak. The kind of. I hate the. I don't like text lingo. That's fine. Like lol, that's fine. And no offense to people that do the text lingo stuff. That's totally fine. No offense. I'm more of a guy that I don't like using the words like shaking my head. SMH. I say shaking my head. But
I mean, I'll type lol and stuff, but like.
Yeah,
but like
fine,
that,
yeah.
I don't say it out loud. Like if I'm laughing, I don't say lol. I actually laugh. Also, that guy that's leading the new gods, doesn't he look like Tyler Oakley? No, come on. Right? I can't, like, all right, you see it, don't you, right? Because, like, as soon as I saw that, I'm like, he looks like Tyler Oakley.
Oh, my God.
See, right? Okay, now I know I'm not crazy, because that was the first thing I thought of when I saw this guy.
Oh my God. That's great. That's a great. Holy shit. We got some comments. We got Chris, Mount Vernon Kid. How you doing, bud? How you doing, man?
What's up, Chris?
He says, Red Wolf, baby. I completely agree. Red Wolf is
Red Wolf is a lot of fun. Man,
yeah.
I don't know what it is about the Man Out of Time story, but it's so interesting. I love to see his reaction to an airplane. He's like, what the fuck was that?
And Chris also says Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur, very fun. I have not read that yet. I really want to.
I liked it, but I didn't like it as much as I wanted to. I just think I don't like. I love Devil Dinosaur, but I just think Moon Girl is really obnoxious. But maybe she'll grow on me. I don't know. I only read 2 issues because I was like, she gets on my nerves. I'm not gonna read this.
All right, that's totally fine. So we got 2 comments from Jared and 2 from Strider. I'll read Jared's first, and then Strider's. He says, I agree. Uncanny Inhumans is great. He says he also loves Jason Aaron's Thor run, and he says, in his opinion, 10 p.m. and all that would be cool. So thank you for answering that, Jared. And then he said,
cool.
He said, if I had some extra cash, I would be getting Hercules. I hear such good things about it. I will be getting it in trade. I highly recommend it for trade. So you're in for a treat.
Yeah, especially if that first trade is the first 6 issues, man.
It's really good. And then Strider's 2 comments are, he says, I was enjoying Black Knight. Sad it got canceled. I read the first issue. It looked pretty promising. I didn't continue forward. I want to finish it. So, but yeah, it's really sad it ended.
Yeah, that is true.
And then he said 10 seems to be the best time for the corpse. So, okay, it seems like 10 o'clock might be what we might change the show when we
all right, cool. So,
to, since,
yeah, so next week we'll definitely do it at 10, and I think I'll try setting it up next time so that we'll be able to get things up and running quicker, because we were having a lot of technical difficulties to begin with. But we're glad we're getting comments now, though. So we're gonna still keep going.
We're gonna keep going for a while. Like we said, we were gonna do Q&A for a good 30 minutes, but we're doing recommend, so you guys can keep talking, and I'll list off after every book we do what we say. And also, Chris says totally awesome Hulk. I completely agree. That book is totally awesome. Been loving Greg Pak stuff, but with Amadeus Joe.
I just kind of noticed you kind of have it's not exactly the mohawk Amadeus has, but you kind of have a similar kind of hairstyle going on there with Amadeus.
I'm not gonna lie, dude. Everyone has like this hairstyle now, the sticky uppity thing. It's like
like the single spark thing you got going on. Yeah, like I noticed that. Like I'm like, yeah, that is kind of what's going on. So what's your next one?
Hold on, my watch is going off.
I was wondering what that was.
Oh, it just went off. Wow. All right. What is my next one? Oh God. I'm gonna do one. I don't think anyone's reading. Maybe if there are people reading it, that's awesome. That's really good to hear. Vision by Tom King.
Dude, yes.
That book, I was not sure of first issue, but I when the first 5 came out, well, like they have up to like issue 5, I read it all together, and dude, oh my God!
Honestly, like I was when this was first announced, I was like, how the hell is this gonna work? And I read the solicitation. I'm like, this sounds really weird. I don't know how I'm gonna feel, but I read it and I was like, oh my God, what the fuck? It's so really dark and twisted.
It's like really philosophical, and it's like oh.
There's this book I had to read for class one time. It's called
really interesting stuff.
What is, I don't even remember what the book is called. It's like something electric sheep. Do you know what I'm talking about? There's like, do robots dream of electric sheep? Maybe that's what it's called. It's like that whole debate on whether like robots can feel emotions and all that. Like it reminded me very much of that story.
Okay. Yeah. But yeah, sorry about that. I had a lagging moment. I hope that didn't come through.
Yeah, it's cool. That's why I kept talking, because I'm like, I don't want you to lag out and then cut off in the middle of your sentence.
Okay, good. I thought I started lagging because I thought it was you, but okay, good. Vision's incredible. I know some people don't talk about it, but Tom King is going to be the new writer on Batman, taking over from Scott Snyder. So if you're interested in what his writing style is like, I'd highly recommend Vision. And if you're like someone that's very new to comics, or you watch just the movies and you loved like Vision in the movie, it's a great run to read. You'll get some great character stuff in Vision and his family.
And it has an actual beginning and set end point, because it's only going to be a 12-issue run.
Yep, that's true. All right, so I did mine. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Okay, so you did Vision, which is actually on my list. Let's see. This is what I'm going to recommend, but I'm going to tentatively recommend, and I'll explain why in a second. Daredevil by Charles Soule. Now, as you guys can see by my hat, Daredevil is one of my favorite characters. He's honestly my second favorite Marvel character, and I I have very mixed feelings about this run, to be honest, because there are some elements of it I really, really like. Ron Garney's artwork, fantastic. The whole concept of Daredevil taking on an apprentice, great. But there's some stuff in the background with the whole everybody forgot that Matt was Daredevil, getting rid of his girlfriend Kristen that I really enjoyed from Mark Waid's run. There are all these little things that are starting to pile up, and I'm like, it's just like I don't really know if I want to 100% stick with this as much as I love the character. But next week, Elektra's going to be in it, so I'm getting that. How do you feel about Daredevil, Kyle? Are you as meh on it as I am, or do you really like it?
It's weird. I remember me and you and Chris had a conversation about this, and I was the only one that was kind of a little bit negative on it. And I don't hate it. Then again, I've had this with Daredevil runs post Bendis and Brubaker, where they're not as great. They don't start out as great. Like I'm not a big fan of Diggle's. I really did not like Shadowland. It kind of ruined Daredevil in a lot of ways. But I thought Waid's run built that character back up. And but the thing about Waid's run for me was it started out kind of meh for me.
Yeah.
Like it just had growing pains, kind of. That's what I feel like Mark Waid's doing with his Avengers and his Black Widow at the moment. I feel like it's very much growing pains. And once he gets into the book, he's just excellent. And his Daredevil run was wonderful after about I think it was the issue him and Kirsten started to date and when she
got into the book was when the book really got better.
Yeah, and but with Charles Soule's run, I don't hate it. I'm just not in love with it like some people.
That's pretty much how I feel too. Because there are a lot of good elements to it, like I said, but some things that are just piling up I don't like.
Yeah. I thought last issue.
Are you hearing an echo? Okay, never mind. It's gone.
Okay. I liked last issue. I thought that last issue kind of seemed like it might be where he's kind of hit his stride. But someone's asking Jared Flowers is how is Blind Spot and Daredevil, is he a good character? Oh yeah, he's a good character.
That was one of the things I actually like. Like I said, I like the fact that Matt's taking on an apprentice, and Blind Spot seems really cool. Sam Chung, he's pretty awesome.
Mm-hmm. And just looking at the comments, don't want to ignore them. Let me see what we got. Strider says, got to support my fellow ninja, but Daredevil, a man without fear. He liked that. That's totally fair. I can definitely see the appeal of that book. I'm just not feeling it, but I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm glad people are really enjoying Daredevil.
Yeah. Again, I'm not. I think maybe for me the reason why I don't love it is because I hold Daredevil to a very high standard, very much like we were saying earlier with Spider-Man. If it's not like great, I'm not gonna say it's great.
Exactly. And Strider also says for another one, he says Black Panther. He says I'm a ninja and T'Challa is back. And I'm loving Black Panther right now. That first issue
that first issue was amazing, and it gave me everything I wanted, and some things that I didn't expect, but I'm glad that we got. I love that it. The only complaint that I have, and it's not even for me personally, it's mostly as an issue number one in general. I don't think it was new reader friendly at all. To be honest, I feel like if you've read Black Panther before and you're familiar with what's going on with him, you'll really love this issue. But if you're somebody who's seen seen Earth's Mightiest Heroes, or saw him in the trailer and saw how badass he was looking, and you're like, I want to get into this character, you would have been totally freaking lost. And I feel so bad for you because that book was great.
Mm-hmm. It was actually really good. I really enjoyed it. Oh God. So am I on to my number? Was it 5? Right?
Yeah. It's your number 5.
Okay, so I'd feel remiss if I didn't mention this one. It's one of my favorite female characters in all of comics. Sorry,
I was waiting for her to show up in this. I was like, where is she? I was thinking maybe I was thinking you were going to mention her first with the number one, but I was like, oh, you didn't mention Jessica yet. Where is this going?
Yeah, well, it's Spider-Woman, Jessica Drew Spider-Woman, of course, by Dennis Hopeless. And I must admit, when Dennis Hopeless first got on Spider-Woman, not the first arc with Greg Land, the artwork by Greg Land that was tying into Spider-Verse, because that was just, you don't need to read that run. If you've never read Dennis Hopeless's Spider-Woman, just read and if you're reading it in trade, just pick up the New Duds Volume 2 trade. That's where his run actually starts. But when I read Hopeless's Spider-Woman, the first volume, I didn't hate it. I thought it was good, but I didn't think it was as focused on what I would like Jessica to be. And I don't know, like the cow stuff at the end was really weird.
See, my issue with Hopeless's Spider-Woman run in the beginning, and it's not, I don't blame him for this at all. I think he just kind of got the shaft because his series had to start as a tie-in to an event and not just as a series by itself, because it didn't have the luxury of building Jessica as a character in her own series before tying into the big event. It had to tie into the big event first and then do the character development afterwards, which is why it wasn't until the second volume that it really started to pick up. Go ahead and continue with what you're saying, and I'll jump in afterwards and talk about how I feel about the book, because it was on my list as well.
Okay. So yeah, I've made a reputation of being a massive Spider-Woman fan. I make no bare bones about it. When she is in a movie or something like that, I don't want to see no one else say on someone else's wall. I want everything on my Facebook wall, and I want messages to me. But that's how dedicated I am to Spider-Man, right? Spider-Woman. I think that people would do that. And with his second run, though, when I heard she was pregnant, it took me a while to think, do I like this? I wasn't sure. And then I thought about it, and I said, it's kind of interesting. A character I never thought would be a mother is going to be a mother.
That's the reason why my bad. I didn't mean to cut you off. You kind of there was a little bit of a delay.
Oh, you're fine.
When I heard that, I was honestly really excited, because to me this is a plot that we rarely ever get to see in superhero comics. Like, we have Jessica Jones and Sue Storm. Those are the only two superpowered moms in the Marvel universe. But like you said, Jessica is the absolute last person I would have expected to become a mother, and I wanted to see how this would change her character, where her character would go from here. That's why I was all on board. But yeah, go ahead and continue.
Okay, sorry. I wasn't sure if there was a lag and I missed what you said. So yeah, I gave the run a chance. I was like, okay, well, I love Jessica Drew, and I loved it from the get-go. I was like, it was very much more focused on Jessica as a character, her kind of as a mother or a soon-to-be mom. She took a lot of precautions, and I appreciated that. She didn't want to mess it up, She had Porcupine, which I'm pretty sure some people maybe aren't reading that series, don't know. He's kind of like a C-list villain turned good. Jessica did in Hopeless's previous volume. And she has Ben Urich, which the saddest thing about Ben Urich is Ben Urich's not in Daredevil anymore. And that's really sad. Like, he hasn't been in Daredevil for a long time. So it's nice to get Ben Urich here. And basically, she took a lot of precautions, and I just loved it, and I think the best issue is still issue 5.
Issue 5 is amazing. Oh man.
Oh my God, it was so good. And I don't know, like, just seeing Jessica become a mom, it's just so rewarding to see this character she's another character who has a very dark past, a very tragic one. She was a character born broken.
Yeah, and I mean, like her father did those experiments with the spider blood, and you know her whole thing with Hydra, and then with Shield, and with Hydra again. Oh,
and then Skrulls took over, and for a long time she, had to deal with that. Her face was just like not a good face to see like on live television or something like that. Like she was not commonly well known. Like I remember in Hawkeye and Mockingbird, after they broke up the final issue, she's like, got milk, and he's like, and he sees her face as a Skrull, and it's just Jessica had a hard time getting over that, and that's the one thing I know some people don't like Bendis' run. That's the one thing I'll always defend is his stuff with Spider-Woman, and his Avengers stuff. He made that character very popular.
Yeah, and I loved her relationship with Clint there. Like that really, that's why, I totally understand where you're coming from with the whole Fraction angle, because Bendis did a great job of building that relationship up. And it really, and I guess with Hawkeye's popularity, it really helped to put her with someone, of the caliber of Hawkeye. And that was really good. But speaking on issue 5 really quick, funny story, literally like right before we recorded the show, my sister just stopped by the house to visit or whatever. I just, pop in and say hi because she's in town for the week, and because she's looking for an apartment or whatever. And I had told her about this. Issue when when it first came out, because she has a little girl. She's my niece is like 4 years old, and when I read this issue, I had this big smile on my face, because as I was reading it, I just couldn't help but constantly think back to my sister's pregnancy and how she was during that, because I was with her through the entire time, helping her out, doing things for her and all this stuff. And I'm like, oh my God, you did that. She did that. She did that. She used to talk like this. She did the whole thing where she was looking up all these weird diseases and disorders, and she was getting all freaked out for no reason. I was like, this is so relatable, and I posted about it on Facebook, and I told her that she needed to read this, because our dad was into comics, but she never really fully got into it besides the occasional Spider-Man. So I let her read issue 5, and she was like, wow, I'm not into comics, but that was amazing. This is like, she's like, I really relate to this, and I understand how she feels, because I felt like that, and as a mom, I can see why she would have these kinds of problems and these different issues with what she's dealing with. And I'm like, see, that's why this series is so good, because you don't even have to be a comic fan to appreciate this issue.
Yeah, and I think it might be why it's so relatable is because I'm not sure if his wife's still going through, but he took his personal experiences with his wife being pregnant to that series. And I'm not sure if she's still pregnant or if she's had the child since then. But yeah, that's why that's so relatable, because he's taking personal experience and putting that into Jessica Drew, and you can really feel that. You can really tell that that's why he's doing it. And I'm just really in love with that book. It's one I look forward to every month, and next week you're gonna probably hear me gush about it because it's.
We're both gonna gush about it, because man, like this series has been so great.
All right. Before we get to your, I think number 5 or 6, right? I'm losing count.
You're one ahead of me, so I'm on 5 now, and you'll be on 6.
Okay. Let me look at the comments so we don't ignore those. This was Chris. He says Squadron Supreme has been gold. From the first couple of issues I read, I can definitely agree with that.
I've only read 1, so I can't really, I can't give a full judgment on it, but I'll trust you guys on that one.
Yeah, it was pretty good. I really enjoyed it. Strider says most of the Star Wars titles are gold. That's what I've heard a lot, Strider.
Yeah, and, I agree. I've read pretty much everything from Star Wars that Marvel's put out, and other than the C-3PO one shot that they recently put out, everything has been from good to great.
Yeah, I want to really read that stuff. I'm probably gonna have to read that in bulk, a lot of it, maybe in trades or omnibuses when they get it all out. Star Wars just over there, I've heard nothing but wonderful things about. And we got 2 more from Strider, as of what I'm seeing right now. He says, "You guys read Drax?" I read the first 2 issues, and then I stopped. I wasn't really feeling it. It was fun, but I don't know if I wasn't sure if I wanted to keep it on my poll personally.
I skipped it because it didn't really seem like it would be my thing, and I read main Guardians, but I'm not. I mean, I like the Guardians and I like the 2008 run that Dan Abnett did, but I'm not such a huge Guardians fan that I would go out of my way and pick up the spinoffs. And this seemed I'm not big into wrestling as much as like Chris is. So like even though CM Punk and Bun are writing it,
I kind of feel the same way. And he also says, are you good? Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you.
No, it's cool. It was a little I didn't hear you for a second and then you started talking.
Okay. God, this internet with me. And Strider's final one, as I can see right now, I have to reload the page. He says, "You guys read Spider-Gwen?" Yes.
That's actually next one on my list. So I guess that's a good segue into my next one. Yeah, Spider-Gwen. What can I say? Yeah, hold on. I'll angle it so you can see it. Yeah. Spider-Gwen. I really enjoy this book. I'll be honest, the first run, before Secret Wars, they ended it too early on, and the renumbering was kind of pointless, and it took a while for it to hit its stride, but honestly, it's really hit its stride with this current run right now, and that's mostly because we are now finally getting into Gwen developing as a character, her finally accepting Peter's death, and very much like Peter did with Uncle Ben, she's not letting that guilt get to her, and she's embracing it and using it as fuel to push herself forward, then to become a better hero. And also, her world itself is just so interesting. And you got Frank Castle and Ben Grimm as police detectives. You've got you have a female African American Captain America with her son Sam as her Falcon. And just a lot of really interesting world building that we could get from Spider-Gwen. And as a musician myself, I love the incorporation of music in Spider-Gwen, and I love how Peter's thing is that he quips during his fights. Gwen's thing is she puts her headphones in through her hoodie and she sings, and I'm like, yeah, this is great. Let's just do that. It makes her a unique character from Peter. She's not just a female Peter in the body of Gwen Stacy. She's her own character. She has her own attitude, her own personality. And the cool thing about it is Spider-Gwen's kind of aspect has really kind of bled into the different versions of Gwen Stacy we've seen going forward in Marvel, which, I really appreciate.
Exactly. And I think the thing for me with that book was why I wasn't a big fan of it in the beginning. For me, I've read the past since then. I've read the 6 issues. I read them all together before Spider-Woman, and I thought it was wonderful. A really great thing for Gwen, and I just think the worst thing about that book for me is not. Well, hold on. It's not the book itself. It's just Marvel. Marvel has
Gwen has become the new Wolverine, essentially. Yeah.
And it's like Gwen was cool. Like I thought it was a cool thing to do when Spider-Man was first there. I get it. Like, but then you have to start having like Gwen variant covers of the month for like books that didn't even relate to Gwen. It was a little bit annoying. I like Gwen, but it's just like way too much oversaturation there. We have a Gwenpool book. I was not a big fan of that, but the book itself is just fantastic, and I'm in love with Jason Latour's Spider-Gwen. I have nothing but good things to say about it. And I loved Spider-Gwen #7 when Jessica was in that world and she sees the bandit guy, the villain that the really lame villain.
The bodega bandit, and she's like, "This is your rogues gallery." She's like, "He is totally not part of my rogues gallery," and he's like, "But shut up."
Yeah, shut up. Exactly, and I love when she sees him. Jessica sees him for the first time. She's like, "What the fuck?" And I like, right.
Oh no, my favorite part is when she meets the Mary Janes for the first time, and she's like, she's my cousin, aunt, the yoga instructor.
You're making it worse. You're making it worse.
I love that, and it's just, oh man, it's great. My only thing, I'm gonna really miss Mr. Rodriguez when he leaves the art, but I would honestly take Bangel, who did Spider-Gwen the recent issue, because I mean I didn't like it when I first read it, but after reading it a second time, I'm like, actually I like this art.
Oh, okay. So he's leaving. I thought when you said that before, I thought it was the guy that was doing Spider-Woman with Jessica Drew. Okay.
No. Javier Rodriguez is doing Jessica Drew's book also, but he's leaving Spider-Gwen. But I think he's still staying on Jessica Drew, on Spider-Woman, but he's leaving Spider-Gwen, I know, pretty soon.
Oh, okay. Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
And Strider won. he beat me to it. He says Spider-Man 2099. He's a huge Peter David fan. 2099. Oh my god. That book.
Yeah, that has some good world building also. I mean, damn. I mean, Roberta is so cool. I love Roberta's character. She's so interesting. And I love this whole separation of her as Roberta and her as Captain America.
God, that was like I remember that week when she was introduced, and then like we had like Spider-Gwen. I think it was #2 or #1. Like Captain America was just everywhere.
Yeah, and it had that was when Samantha Wilson was first introduced in Spider-Gwen. Yeah.
But yeah, that's a really I keep saying fantastic, and I know I've been overusing that word or even wonderful, but I'm just that when that series comes out every month, I'm always in love with it. There's nothing. I don't think I can say anything other than just I love it, and I think it's fantastic.
And Marvel did the best move they could possibly do with that book, and by not letting anyone other than Peter David write it, because I mean that's his baby. You can't take that away from the man, because he helped create this universe in general. So let him do what he wants to do.
Yeah, and it's very personal. I remember with Tempest, everything around there, long dragging. And I talked to Chris. I remember, I think it was Thursday, about this. I love how we're still in the plot with him and Tempest, but we're adding new things to it and like checking things out of the story. Like that one character from 2099 came in, and that was a 2-issue thing. And then he left to team up with this big overarching thing. It looks like a big villain team. Looks like that's going to be fighting Miguel. We had the other Captain America come in for a little bit, and then she's checked out, or she could come back. We had that little Inhuman thing, and that character's coming back. It's just really just damn good storytelling. That's all I can book. You can tell Peter David's probably planned out a good 50-issue run. Probably, I'm assuming. I don't want to make assumptions. Yeah.
He's fantastic. He's fantastic with long form stories. So I wouldn't doubt it being 50 to even 100 issues, to be honest. Because I mean, if you look at his runs for X Factor, those go on for a while.
Yeah, exactly. And man, Spider-Man 2099. God, what a wonderful book from Peter David. I'm I'm still glad. Like I agree with Chris. I'm still glad he's around. That I'm glad he survived his stroke, which of course a couple of years, but wow, yeah, I'm just in love with that book.
And he's still writing. That's amazing. That's a testament to his dedication to the craft.
Mm-hmm. Most definitely. So yeah, that's mine. You can go ahead next, Jeremy.
All right, so I guess we could still keep in the whole spider pattern here. And I know me and Kyle recently talked about this, and I know he's not. It's not that he hates it, but he's not, as into it as I am. But again, this is mostly because I've been burned on Spider-Man with the slot stuff, and I needed something good, something that reminds me of Peter, how he used to be, and that's Spidey by Gage, and I believe Bradshaw does the artwork. And I'm not normally a big Bradshaw fan, but it really works here. I think it was either you or Chris who said it to me, but I think it was you. But it very much has shades of Spectacular Spider-Man in there, and it mixed up. It's also mixed with like the Ditko Lee era stuff. Seems like very classic Spider-Man tales with classic Spider-Man kind of tropes and things like that, but it's in a modern kind of skin. Like he texts Gwen, he has Twitter, all this stuff. And I know some people are like, they're just trying to de-age Spider-Man. That's not right. But honestly, I'm cool with this more modern, retelling of, classic Spider-Man origin and stuff. And it's still in canon, apparently. Apparently, the stuff that's in Spidey is canon to the Marvel Prime universe. So I think that's cool. And the thing I enjoy about this is it's a good all ages book. So, again, bringing up my niece again. My niece loves Spider-Man. Actually, my sister yells at me because she said she called me like, what was it, like last year, a couple years ago. She's like, I hate you, and I was like, why? Because her first word wasn't mama, it wasn't dada, it was Spider-Man.
Seems like an accomplishment to me.
I'm like, are you serious? Her first word was Spider-Man? I'm like, yeah, all right, Lonnie, good for you. She's like, no, that ever since you gave her that little doll, she won't let it go, and she just loves. She's always talking about Spider-Man. I'm like, I did my job. All right, but yeah, I read it to her all the time, and she loves it. I mean, and it helps. It's helping to get kids into Spider-Man in ways other than that Ultimate Spider-Man cartoon. And you gotta pass it on to the next generation so to keep that going. So I really enjoy like that I can use this as like a bond, a means of bonding. Because I mean, that's how me and my dad used to read comics together and stuff like that. So, and my uncles and different stuff. So that's maybe it's more of a sentimental reason of why I like this book, but also it's just really fun.
That's totally fair. Yeah, I can only I by no means hate that book. It just wasn't for me, but I'm glad you enjoy it. I'm glad like if people enjoy that book, totally fine with that. I'm glad you like it. I liked the first issue, and I think the second one as well. I enjoyed those two. So
I was reading it digitally, but then I ended up liking it so much that I ended up adding it to the Midtown poll that Chris set up for me. So I'm really looking forward to actually having physical copies that I can show to my niece. The reason I was reading it digitally is because obviously reading it to a 4-year-old, you don't want to read a physical copy to her because she's going to try and tear it up. So I would be reading it on the tablet. So because you can't wreck a tablet unless you drop it.
Yeah, you can try, I guess. Yeah. Okay. So I'm on to my number 7. Unless you have anything else you want to say about Spidey.
No, I'm good. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. In the comment section as well, we've basically gotten all the really good ones. Like it's really hard to get like say what you want. Like because I agree with Miss Marvel as well. That was one I wanted to say. I guess
that's why I said it early on. Like because Miss Marvel is definitely my favorite. Out of the carryover ones, Miss Marvel is my favorite. But out of the new ones, like that just started with All New All Different, Hercules has to be my favorite from the ones that just started with All New All Different.
Mm-hmm. The one I really like, I think is really good. I think I'll say, oh God, we've said a lot. I'm looking for ones that I have not said. We've not talked about that I really love because I have like a list here. I want to say All New Hawkeye, but I kind of feel like I did my whole spiel about that book when we did my review.
When we talked about it.
So I just recommend that in general. Jeff Lemire's entire run, I kind of just recommend that whole thing. So and it's a wonderful ending, very nice, and Hawkeye's. But I think that's about all of the comics. Like I feel like we've gotten everything. Like we talked about Invincible Iron Man. Unless there's anything else like you think was like I talked about how much I liked Old Man Logan when we were talking about X-Men.
Yeah, okay. Well, one I want to quickly mention, I guess, because not many people talk about it. I don't love this book, but I like it, and this is one again that I mostly only read digitally. But it's one of those ones that I like it enough to get it, but I don't like it enough to buy a physical copy. Weird World. This is a book that I liked a lot during Secret Wars, and I didn't know what to expect with it during Secret Wars. I thought it was just going to be a fun series, which it was. It was very kind of Conan-esque, and I liked that. And Weird World, and it's really interesting because I'm into the whole sword and sorcery type thing, and it's basically this girl Becca who's trapped in Weird World, and she's trying to figure out how to get back home and how to help these people, and she makes some allies, and it's your standard kind of D&D type of quest type of thing. But Becca herself is a really interesting character, and I like how the world is set up. Marvel has been really trying to push Weird World a lot lately, especially that one week where everybody ended up in Weird World somehow. Like, remember, you know what I'm talking about? That one week where the X-Men were in Weird World, the Avengers were in Weird World. Weird World is definitely a good book. Not many people talk about it, like Kyle was saying with Vision, and I definitely think it's worth checking out. Especially because Mike Del Mundo is on art, and if you guys read the previous run of Elektra with Mike Del Mundo's art, you know how good that is. It's great.
All right. Strider asked one question, and I think we can open this for maybe 20 minutes, maybe 25, 30. Depends on how many questions are asked. He says, can we ask questions now, guys? You most definitely can.
We can definitely try to reach the Q&A section, since we're literally out of books. I feel like we went through the entire all different kind of catalog there.
Yeah, so we don't even need to do the video we had planned. So it's like we got it in the comics episode, and I guess I'll say this while you guys are typing maybe questions. We got 3 people viewers at this time. Thank you guys for tuning into this. We're not done yet, but this is the first episode. This video has 7 likes. I don't like to do it by views or likes, but likes do kind of matter for me personally because it shows how invested you guys are in the shows. It's like, and we do put a lot of effort into it. We've been talking about this for months, a good couple months now, and we've been trying as hard as we can to get it. I just got my computer a couple 2 weeks ago, so
because we didn't want this whole situation where we did a show where Kyle was on his tablet and his picture quality would be all grainy, and he'd be all Tasmanian Devil in and out. It's happened a couple of times here, but it's happened a hell of a lot less than it would if he was on his tablet. So
yeah, I think that's just going to be because of monetary reasons for me with my internet. So it's on my phone, so it's just you're gonna, a couple times is all right for me personally. So but yeah, I really do appreciate you guys being here. This was surprisingly, a new show, pretty popular. It was near the end, but we've realized a good time is 10, so 10 p.m. So we'll start doing them at 10 p.m. and I wanted it to just be an hour, a lot longer, but that's totally fine. You guys, I'm having a good time. So, but yeah, thank you guys so much. I hope you guys did enjoy the show. We're not done, but like I said, just want to get that out of the way so that way we can jump right into questions.
Yeah, we're just kind of stalling until we get questions.
Yep. And so yeah, we got 2 months right now. Strider says, "I wish Edmondson's Deathlock was still going." I have yet to read that, but I really want. I wish that was kind of going.
Edmondson's Deathlock was really good. Edmondson's books in general, pre-Secret Wars were all great. His Black Widow was great. His Punisher was amazing. I mean, Kyle, I know you've never really been a huge Frank Castle fan up until you saw him in Daredevil season 2, but I guarantee you, now that you have more of an appreciation of him after Daredevil season 2, if you go back and read Edmondson's run, you'll really enjoy it.
Yeah, I've been thinking about going back and actually reading some Punisher and also Black Widow, who are 2 characters I'm not massive fans of, and funny they're Edmondson stuff. People have recommended. So Edmondson's a good writer. Red Wolf. The things I heard of Deathlock sounded like awesome. So I was like, man, like I wish that book was still going.
It's basically like Cyborg meets Jason Bourne. It's awesome.
All righty. What we got? Okay, so we got a question from Jared Flyers, and he also has a comment. I'll read the comment first. He said, "I just read volume 1 of his Black Widow, so great." Okay, so that's good. I'm glad to hear people positive on that series, which makes me really excited to read it once I get it. So I'm glad you enjoyed it. So Jared Flowers' comment is thoughts on Black Panther. And my question is, are you talking about the comic or the what we've seen from the movie so far, the Civil War? I'm just curious.
I'm pretty sure he's talking about. I'm pretty sure he's talking about the movie, since we had that whole thing in the in our all new, all different section where we talked about Black Panther #1.
Okay, gotcha. All right. Yeah. Well, Jeremy, if you want to go ahead and go first, go ahead, man. I've talked a lot, so go ahead.
All right. Oh man, Black Panther. Like, I have loved every single thing that this movie has shown us, from the costume to him running all cat-like on all 4s after Bucky on that motorcycle, to him taking those bullets, to him having the full-on Bruce Lee type pose there for a second. Mr. Bosman is a great actor. I've seen all of his biopic stuff that he's done with 30, is it 4? I forget if it's 42 or 32. But the Jackie Robinson movie, I watched Get On Up a couple of months ago, and that was really good. So I can't wait to see what he does with T'Challa as a character, and just those action pieces we've seen from those trailers make him look amazing.
Costume is kind of like it's along with the Spider-Man one.
It's the most comic book accurate we've seen in a superhero movie to date.
Yeah, it's you're exactly right on that. Like, a lot of the versions we've seen in the movies, some of them are very Ultimates inspired, and like, the one thing I'll say about Civil War that has me excited, and I will say, just copy and paste Jeremy's thoughts on Black Panther. I'm really excited to see him in that film. And, this is going to be his on-screen debut. He's only been in animation. So this is going to be exciting. Like, we get the debut of Black Panther in the Marvel Cinematic Universe and in live action. So that's 2 things to be like celebrate, just those 2 things in general. And then we're getting Spider-Man, in the MCU, his debut. So that's just 2 things to be excited about. And like, I've heard people that didn't even care that Black Panther was getting a movie, but after they saw Civil War, like early screenings, they said they're enamored with that character. They were enamored with him. They loved him, and they can't wait for his movie. But the one thing I will say, I'm not lagging, am I?
No, you're good.
Okay, cool.
I was just quiet so I wouldn't interrupt you, which I kind of just did.
No, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't lagging. But the one thing I will say, costume-wise, for this movie that I think is my favorite thing so far, and this is just me as a kind of, I guess, an Iron Man nerd, or maybe I guess just the armors. His Bleeding Edge armor is in this movie.
Oh my god! Yeah, I'm glad I wasn't the only one that noticed that, because me and my friend Jordan, who is like a hardcore Iron Man tech tech nerd, he was like, "Oh my God, it's bleeding edge! Holy crap!"
It just, I just the goal. Yeah, I'm mumbling now. I'm rambling. So let me see. What else we got? Chris, we actually answered this question. He says the original Captain Marvel, aka Marvel, may be coming back. Thoughts, brothers? We've actually talked about that. We're not really happy about that at all, really.
Yeah, because we talked about how it can really. I mean, as much as it's cool, it would be cool for like Novar and of course Teddy, and of course I forget what his daughter's name is, but his daughter. It would be cool for them, but honestly, for Carol and the rest of the characters who've really moved on from him and gotten a lot better, like even Rick Jones. Like, look at Rick Jones, like in standoff and stuff. He's really he's gotten his own thing with his hacking skills and all that, trying to expose Shield and all that cool stuff. And Carol has really elevated herself, and Kyle brought up a couple times that like it took her a long time to get out of that shadow and move from Miss Marvel to Captain Marvel, and bringing her back would be the same thing. What was your comparison was with Uncle Ben, right? Yeah, it'd be basically like if you brought with Dead No More, if you permanently bring Uncle Ben back, there's no reason for Spider-Man Peter to be Spider-Man. And if Marvel is there, why would Carol still be Captain Marvel? Because I feel like that death is what really pushed her forward.
Exactly. And Strider has two questions. I haven't reloaded the page, but these are the two we'll answer, and then I'll reload it. He says, Inhumans were taken off of the 2019 movie lineup. Do you feel it's due to the overall of them on Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.? I have no idea why they took it off. I'm not sure if it's maybe just the poor reception Marvel's gotten with what they're doing in the comics, or maybe what's going on in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. I think
it's a little bit of both, and I think that this might also be a little bit of a sign that Marvel might actually be getting the Fantastic Four back, because if you think about it, if you think about it, maybe there's some kind of thing behind the scenes that we don't know about, where Fox is trying to make a deal to get the Fantastic Four to Marvel, because if they cut Inhumans off right now and wait till the Fantastic Four come, they can introduce the Inhumans with the Kree and the Skrull, and they can fully do the Kree-Skrull War, and then incorporate that into the Inhumans movie, and it would make a lot more sense. So maybe that's what's going on, or maybe that's just me being an idealistic fanboy, because I want the Fantastic Four in the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
I agree. Yeah, I want them too.
So any more questions?
Strider has another one. He says, thoughts on Doom not in the armor. Talking about Invincible Iron Man at the moment. I kind of like it.
I like it. I like him as Tony's snarky sidekick, especially when he's in the hospital just munching on snacks, and he's like, "You could easily fix their problems, Stark. Why don't you?" He's like, "Honestly, I didn't even really want to be here a little bit at first, if we're telling the truth, but I needed a bit of a palate cleanser to help with my conscience after this huge dick move that I went through. Obviously still referencing Superior Iron Man."
And I feel like he has something up his sleeve. Like, I feel like Bendis might be setting up something like Doom's gonna be evil.
Oh yeah, he's gonna be evil eventually. I'm telling you, the only reason he's not evil is because Reed Richards isn't there, so he gets an opportunity to be Reed Richards. The second Reed Richards comes back, he's going back to being evil.
Yeah, and oh man, I'm just really enjoying that. I like when him and what's his girlfriend's name? I can never pronounce it. Tony's girlfriend's name.
I don't remember what her name is. I just know what she looks like.
Yeah, like, well, she looks two different ways, and with Marquez, she looks. I like her there, and with fucking Mike Deodato, she looks gorgeous. But I like when they're having waffles, and Doom just comes, sits down, and Tony's like, "Get out, like go, just like leave me alone, like leave us alone."
No, my favorite thing was their first date, and he's like, well, if I, if I really wanted to show off, I could, tell you that I'm an Avenger, and I could have you meet Thor. And she goes, "Please don't do that. I'm glad you didn't, because that would have been way too much." And you just see Tony in the background.
Yeah, like, yeah, get out of here. And Jane's just like, God damn it! Like, I just flew all the way over here. Oh my god, that was so good. My sister's big like Marvel fan, but I had her read some of that Invincible Iron Man. She laughed out loud at that. Oh man, that was so funny. What else we got? Strider asked, does Sif need to stay alive in the MCU? Jeremy, I'll let you answer that first.
That's kind of tough, because honestly, they haven't given her enough to do for us to really care about her. I think the only reason a lot of us fans care about her is because we know her in the comics, and we're fans of Jamie Alexander as Sif. But to be honest, if they're not really going to use her to her full potential, they don't really need her. As much as that pains me to say.
Yeah. Just copy and paste what Jeremy said. I don't really either. She dies. It's kind of the thing with me. She dies. I like Jeremy said, I don't think she's much of a character. Hell, I don't think any of Thor's supporting cast or even Thor himself is a character. So I don't really care if they get killed off. I like Sif like in the comics. I love her in the comics, and I like the actress. It just, I don't know. Like if they gave, I don't know. Like either if she dies, she dies personally to me. But unless they make her like amazing in Ragnarok, and she's like, I don't know, like wonderful. Like, wow, she's.
And I mean, Ragnarok isn't looking that hopeful to begin with.
Yeah. With hearing it's like gonna be funnier than Thor, the Dark World. I completely agree. But DNGN asked, I just want to let him know, he said, what's going on with the comments? No live stream box. I set up this live hangout. I've not done it before, and I did it on Google Plus, which doesn't apparently have the live stream box apparently, or I guess it does. Like Malcolm said, it seemed like it does. He said, look to your right and it's there, but I don't know what's going on with the comments, like no live stream box. I'm not really sure. Next episode, Jeremy will host and it'll be a lot better, but yeah, so that's probably the answer to your question there. I apologize for that. Just
don't worry about it, guys. You know, it's just growing pains. It's the first episode. We still haven't figured everything out entirely. Like we said, we didn't even really have a set time figured yet, but now we do. Thanks to your suggestions, we appreciate all the feedback.
Most definitely. And Strider has one for me. Says, Kyle, do you read TMNT? He says, sorry, I'm a ninja. Remember that, guys. Yeah, I actually have. I read IDW's TMNT. Chris Mount Vernon for me. I love that stuff. Oh my god, it's so good.
What volume are you up to? What volume are you up to by now?
It's the omnibus, so I don't know like volumes.
Oh, okay. You have the omnibus. I thought he sent you it in trades.
No, he sent it in omnibus, and it's gorgeous. I love the omnibus, and I just had a great time with that book. Like I was like, man, like if I had read this, like if this was out when I was a kid, I would have been a much bigger Ninja Turtles fan than I was.
Oh, dude, no! The main reason I'm such a huge Turtles fan is because of that 90s movie was on repeat at my house. So like I love the Turtles. The IDW series is so great. Once you get to where we are now, you're gonna be blown away. And it got a second series, so there's one you can jump onto right from the start. So there you go.
So I can actually review that on the channel of this show then. So yeah, that's awesome. Okay. Thank you for the question, Strider. The Mount Vernon kid, Chris, says, imagine if the FF comes to MCU, Norrin Rad in MCU, and he says, thoughts.
Oh my God.
Surfer and the MCU, just it's an automatic win. So it's like,
my mind would be blown because dude, so many different possibilities. Norrin is such a cool character. Very underrated. And honestly, we were talking shit about Slott earlier in the episode. But man, I honestly really enjoy his Silver Surfer run. It's fun. It's something different. I could never really get into Norrin as a solo character as much as I like him, and I like him as support. He's a little bit too stoic for me as a character. And, Slott actually lets him have fun and open up and be a little bit more quirky. So I like that. And because I'm a big Doctor Who fan, I enjoy the Doctor Who type of vibe without it. It's like, it actually reminds me of the good Doctor Who, not like the stuff we've been getting. But I'm not going to get into that subject because this is a comic show, not a Doctor Who show.
Yeah, with Stephen Moffat. Yeah, I trust me. It's like, and I know Brian likes that stuff, I think. So I don't want to. If he's watching, I don't want Brian to go get a sniper rifle out and go, get him in your sights. Come on. And he's like, just like, so like,
oh man, it'll be a civil war, me and you against Brian.
That's an awesome war. I never thought I'd fight Brian.
I know. Usually, me and you are on the opposite sides, but it's been a cool experience being on the same page for an entire episode.
Yeah, next week, guys, just wait. We're gonna be off so much. Like, it's gonna be like Chris is gonna be like the Spider-Man. And he's gonna be in between us. Like we've always said, Chris is the Cap, I'm the Iron Man, but Chris is gonna be the Spider-Man. And me and Jeremy are just gonna duke it out, like, right? And he's like, "No, stop, please."
Oh man, but yeah. Any other questions?
Yeah. Hold on, let me see. Oh God, I got a jokey one from Strider. Let's see. I had it here, I just lost it. Oh God. Where is it? I know it was here. It might be up top. Oh God, why is everything so hard to find on this? Okay, he says, I want Beta Ray Bill in MCU. Do you guys? Hell yeah.
Dude, Horseface is who I wanted to be as Thor's partner in Ragnarok instead of Hulk. Like, I don't understand why Hulk is there and it's not Beta Ray Bill. Like, should have been there in the first place.
Mm-hmm. I really hated the idea of them putting Hulk in that movie. It's just like, because then
I don't get the point at all. And like, why can't Hulk just have a solo movie? Like, we saw how good Incredible Hulk did.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know. The rights thing is really weird there. I don't understand like what's going on with them, like in Universal and Marvel. It's really weird.
I want to know how they still have Namor, even though they've done jack shit with him.
Oh my God, it's just the exact same thing. Like, so the whole just weird rights. Like, yeah, like they're like Fantastic Four. He's a Fantastic Four character. Why is he with?
Yeah, Universal? Exactly. But I mean, because Namor existed before the Fantastic Four, and he was just kind of retconned into the Fantastic Four continuity.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true indeed. I got two questions from Strider. I actually found the one that he was joking about. He says, "Have you guys ever played any of my games? Huh? I recommend them." He says, "Lol."
I have actually. They're definitely really fun.
That was funny.
I also use you in Marvel vs. Capcom.
All righty. Strider's next question is favorite female writer. You go ahead, Jeremy.
That's hard. There are a lot of good ones. I was actually gonna say Gale, but I'm like, that's too obvious.
Well, Chris isn't on the show, so it's not obvious. We can say Gail Simone and
okay. So yeah, Gail Simone. Much love to Miss D as well. Kelly Sue. Kelly Sue is great. I have fun talking to her on Twitter. Another great one is Amanda Connor, Jimmy Palmiotti's wife. She's really funny. I love her Twitter feed is just great, and she actually allows fans to add her on Facebook and talk to her there, so it's pretty cool. I love Meredith Finch as well. You heard me gush about G. Willow Wilson and Miss Marvel and all, and obviously her stuff with A-Force. So she's definitely up there. Marguerite Bennett is great too. It's sad that her Angela book is getting canceled, but she has other great stuff going on now too. So it's not like Miss Bennett is out of work. No relation to Chris.
My favorite writer, probably besides G. Willow Wilson, from what I've had experience with, is probably Kelly Sue. I've not read her Captain Marvel, but when I read Avengers Assemble, and I didn't really care for the first art by Bendis. I thought it was just kind of the stuff like with his Guardians. I wasn't really a big fan of it. But when Kelly Sue got on that book and had like Spider-Woman and Hawkeye and Black Widow and that Hulk and Thor and Iron Man, and they had that first arc where like Science Bros. I loved that arc. And I loved
Science Bros. That was great.
That was a great arc, and I love how like just Spider-Woman cared for Hulk. Like I love that. That was a really good scene, and I loved the issues where we had like a trio of Black Widow, Spider-Woman, and Hawkeye, and like they were going to do something for Black Widow that from Black Widow's past, and I thought that was a great arc, and I think that's what inspired the run after Nick Spencer's of Secret Avengers, where it was like basically the Hawkeye, Black Widow, and Spider-Man book.
Hawkeye Secret Avengers, yeah.
It was she's one of my favorites. Besides G. Willow Wilson right now, I miss her. So I really miss her at Marvel. So I really do. So I miss Kelly Sue so much. Who else we got? What else? Who we got? We got one. Got one from DNGN. It's a comment. It's a sad one as well. And we got one from Strider. I'll do the sad one first, and then I'll do the Striders. He said, crap. Patton Oswalt's wife died last night. That's unrelated, but sad news. That really is sad. Patton Oswalt.
We're losing a lot of great people, like back to back to back. I mean, I'm not even really a wrestling fan, but I mean, it was really sad to see that Chyna's gone. Obviously, Prince, that one hit me pretty hard because I've been a big fan of his music since I was a kid. Because it's music my parents listen to all the time, so obviously I heard it around the house a lot. Yeah, man. 2016 is just not a good year. Somebody just put Stevie Wonder in like a airtight sealed room, because if he dies, I'm gonna cry. Like I will seriously I'll just be done with celebrities after that, because I'm not gonna trust it anymore. They're all just gonna simultaneously die this year.
Right. I guess getting off of that, I feel my thoughts and prayers are with Patton Oswalt. Just want to say that he's a really nice guy.
Definitely.
But Strider asked, "Did you?" I love how he wrote. Oh, he typed this. He said, "Did you piss on your TVs after the last episode of Arrow? Fucking done."
Okay. So Kyle knows, because Kyle loves to see me get riled up and annoyed, because he thinks it's like the funniest thing in the entire world. So I told Kyle, I'm like, I went on a whole 20-minute rant about this episode, man. He's like, oh, I got to see this, and apparently he really enjoyed it. But I was so mad at that episode of Arrow. Laurel, man. Like, why couldn't they have killed Laurel when I hated Laurel? They had to kill her when I actually started to really like her. And they developed her character into an actual character, more so than any character on that show. And they did it because they want to pander to fucking Olicity. Fuck that shit. Fuck those writers. Fuck that show. Just fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. I'm not gonna review it anymore. I'm gonna still watch it, but I'm not gonna review it. And the second Thea leaves this show, I'm gone.
Yes. Be angry at Arrow. All right. Chris asked. Oh, also, we got a comment from DNGN. No Laurel, no DNGN.
Man.
And then you got Chris, Mount Vernon Kid. He asked, should Marvel bring back Marvel Team-Ups book? I don't know. I feel like we got a lot of team-up stuff nowadays.
Yeah. I would be cool with Avenging Spider-Man if they brought that back. I wouldn't get it regularly, but I feel like it would be a good book to read every now and again.
Yeah, I liked A+X for what it was. I enjoyed that. So I loved the Spider-Woman Kitty Pryde issue. That was pretty good.
That was amazing. I enjoyed that a lot.
That's our women, that's our girls,
Exactly. Like, oh man, anything involving Kitty Pryde, it's an automatic must buy for me. But when it had Spider-Woman in it, also, I was like, oh yeah, definitely.
I would love it if Marvel had a cover for Guardians with Kitty on it and she wasn't in it. I could just imagine you. She's not even in this issue. What the fuck?
No. The second they do that, when she's not featured in the cover, I'm just like, oh, not reading this. It's not. Kitty's not in it. I don't care anymore, guys. Because this is the only book where I can read Kitty. That's the main reason I haven't dropped. I mean, Guardians has been good, but it hasn't been enough where I super praise it or whatever, or it's at the top of my pile. But this is literally the only book where I can read Kitty Pryde. So of course I'm going to keep Guardians. When she goes back to X-Men, though, because she eventually will. Yeah. Bye.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Okay, Chris. Since we'll never get Elijah Bradley, would you guys mind if they modernized him in MCU, maybe a Vietnam vet? And he says also even John Walker, aka U.S. Agent. I'll leave Bradley to Jeremy since he knows him more. But John Walker, I'd say yes. Only if he was a villain, because I hate John Walker. And he's like the Hank Pym for Captain America.
Well, and also they're bringing it looks like Tony's building the raft instead of Prison 52. So we could see John Walker there. We don't even know if John Walker could show up in Civil War as the warden to the raft. Because remember, in Bendis' run, he was the warden of the raft.
Oh God! And he did a horrible job at it too. I remember.
Well, yeah, John Walker, as Kyle likes to say, was a failure.
Oh man, I remember when Quake was making fun of him. He's like, "Do you know who I am?" He's like, "I don't care who you are." It's the funniest thing I've ever seen.
Oh my God! But yeah, hey Kyle, Chris brought up Eli Bradley. What team he was on.
I quit this show. I'm done. I'm done.
But yeah, Young Avengers. Isaiah is really cool. I like the idea that he there was a Captain Captain America experiment on one of the Tuskegee Airmen before that, because obviously back then black lives weren't as valued, so they wanted to test it on a black man before they tested it on a white man because, well, they wanted to make sure the white man stayed alive. So that was cool. I think, turning him into a Vietnam vet for the MCU as kind of like when they tried to recreate the Super Soldier Project would be very interesting, especially considering the whole thing with Agent Carter, with her dumping the vial of Steve's blood at the end of season 1. Maybe that could come into play later, and they maybe Peggy is actually in charge of trying to restart Project Rebirth because she realizes the world does need a Captain America, especially during a time like Vietnam. It would make perfect sense for her to be like, "This is a war we can't win. We need Captain America." So she enlists the help of Isaiah Bradley. I think it could really work.
Mm-hmm. All righty. So we got one from Strider. Are you
I'm
guys
just
ready?
gonna start putting up a counter every time on the show, and just like every time I get to mention Young Avengers, it's just like that's another one.
You know what? Then I want someone to make a count of, I'm gonna beat you up, Jeremy. I'm gonna beat you up. Episode 1. It's already been said, so there's your count, guys. All right. Strider asks, are you guys ready for the next X-Men movie? Yes. Actually,
yeah. I'm excited, but I'm not like jumping out of my seat to go see it like I am for Civil War. Although Olivia Munn, Psylocke, oh my God, yes.
I agree with that, and like Sophia Turner,
Dude.
I think her last name,
yeah. Sansa Jean, I'm all about that.
Sansa Jean, yep. Oh man, yeah. I will say this, and it's not because it's not Marvel Studios or it's not this. I think the costumes for the heroes look ugly. Like, I've been fine with the black leather looks, not really fine, but I could be okay with them. They just look really awful in this movie.
I see, and that's my biggest issue, right? I feel, and I think Fox has learned their lesson, especially because of the huge success of Deadpool, and I think they're gonna definitely change it going forward. But the thing that I loved about the first couple movies of the second trilogy for X-Men, especially during like the Vaughn era, they actually had colorful costumes. Like First Class is my favorite X-Men movie because they actually had colorful costumes. They were actually trying to find other mutants. They were doing what X-Men are supposed to do. That was a great movie. Even though I still laugh every time Charles gets shot. Because no, come on, like you see his face. My legs. I can't feel my legs. It's just so funny. His face. Oh man. But yeah, I'm still looking forward to it, but I'm not like super hyped. Although like I said, Psylocke, Storm looks fantastic. Also, like the people that aren't in the black leather are the ones I'm looking forward to the most seeing.
Yeah, the one thing I think Senior needs to do before he leaves, because this is his last film, he needs to make Cyclops a character in this movie. Cyclops has been nothing in these movies at all. You brought him back.
He's been fodder pretty much.
Exactly, and it's like you brought him back. Great, thank you. Do something with the younger version before you go, because you still have not like made me very happy with what you've done with Cyclops. Like, I loved James Marsden. I thought he was a great casting choice. Nothing in the X-Men movies, the original trilogy.
Yeah, so. and it wasn't his fault either. It's just that he wasn't given anything to do at all.
Yeah, exactly. So it's not like he's bad. It's just, like you said,
that was also my big issue with Kitty Pryde, with Ellen Page. Ellen Page is a great actress, and I have nothing against Ellen Page. Everybody, whenever I bring up the fact that I didn't like Ellen Page as Kitty Pryde, everybody always jumps on me and is like, leave Ellen Page alone. She was great. Guys, I'm not saying Ellen Page is a bad actress. I'm saying that she wasn't given anything to do with Kitty Pryde. Her character didn't even resemble Kitty Pryde. The only thing that even was remotely like you could tell she was Kitty was that she was walking through walls, and they had that iconic scene of when Howard first manifested, she falls through her bed. Okay, that was it, but you didn't really see Kitty Pryde. So I would like to eventually get a recast for Kitty Pryde. I hear that this actress is getting cast for Wolfsbane, and if that's true, I'm all for it. But I've been pushing this casting for years. Let's get we got Sansa Jean. So let's go ahead and get Arya Kitty. All right, let's get Maisie Williams as Kitty Pryde. She has the look for it. She has the proper age because Kitty's supposed to be the youngest member of the team. I think it would be great. She definitely has the attitude for it too. Although I don't want to see, Arya Stark hitting on Colossus because, man, like it was creepy in the comics. It'll be even creepier in the movies.
Oh man, that's a good one. I don't know why that's so funny. Okay, all right. We got two questions from DNGN, and we got one question from Strider at the moment. I'm looking at. We'll stay on X-Men at the moment since Strider has another X-Men question. Then we'll go to DNGN's questions, which are not related to X-Men, which is fine. He says, do you guys feel that Havoc will be Scott's dad in the movie? I thought they confirmed that there was like an older couple from like the X-Men Facebook page that was there was an old old couple that. So.
Yeah, they confirmed that the Summers parents did exist because I think they even mentioned in First Class the whole plane crash thing. So that's still canon. So Havoc is still his brother, but they just reversed it where Cyclops is the younger brother,
which is weird. But, yeah.
Alex being the younger brother. I'm cool with it though, because I mean, since they introduced Alex first in this new rebooted universe, or I guess soft rebooted universe, then it makes sense for Scott to be younger.
That's true. All right, DNGN's questions. He says, would you guys like to see an out-of-canon Dark Horse / Marvel crossover for Star Wars?
Yes. Especially if it involves Star Wars Legacy, because Star Wars Legacy is the shit and my all-time favorite Star Wars comic series like ever. And I highly doubt Disney's gonna ever do anything with it. So let's go ahead and just do an out of continuity story where we get to see Cade Skywalker travel to the past and team up with his ancestor Luke and all that other cool shit. Sign me up for it.
I've not read any of the Star Wars from Dark Horse or anything like that, so I can't answer that, but Jeremy did. So, and Gian's next question is, and I feel like this will be one probably you can answer, Jeremy, since I'm not qualified for it. He says, what steps could DC do to make the super family stand out more from Clark's shadow?
Okay. So this is a question I've thought about, especially because as a child, I was very, very much tossed into the Superman pool because my dad was such hardcore into it. I think the whole reason is they keep crowding around him. They each need their own cities and their own things to do. I'm glad Kara is going to be in her own city, and that she's going to be doing her own thing. But honestly, I think Superman should just stick to Metropolis, and maybe Kara should be on the Justice League, or Superboy should be doing something else other than the Titans to define himself. Just give them other roles than besides being, oh yeah, that's the super character. You know what I mean? Like, make them more of a character onto themselves. Like, a perfect example, we've brought up this character multiple times, Jessica Drew. Even though, she's not directly related to Peter, and it's a constant running joke, like, she's not just a Spider character or a character related to Peter. She's her own character. She has her own depth. She's had multiple different roles. That's what they need to do with the Super Family. Like, that's why I like what they're doing now with Rebirth, with, the Kenji Kong dude who's, the Chinese Superman. And they got Lois, who I think will be dealing with more of a military aspect, which I'm hoping is what they're going to be doing with Superwoman. So she could be like the super soldier type of thing, where it's almost like Captain America type of deal, where she's working with the military as a superhero, and then and then your classic Superman stuff. So I'm hoping that's where they go. But again, I'm not a huge Superman expert. I'm just a child of one.
All right. Chris says black suits. Fuck that shit.
Oh man,
it's good. We got one from Strider directed towards you, Jeremy. He says, "Why don't you like Jubilee, Jeremy? Your leader told me a while ago."
Strider, why do you keep bringing this up? No. Okay. Where do you want me to start? Okay, so first of all, she's just a wannabe fill-in Kitty Pryde when they were like, well, Kitty's getting too old. Wolverine needs a new sidekick. So okay, make a new sidekick. I totally get that. He fills in all these like stereotypical 90s cliches. And I know you guys are probably gonna think, but Jay, Kitty, all Kitty did was fill those 80s cliches. Okay, sure, whatever. But at least Kitty Pryde's powers are useful. What can Jubilee do? Oh, I shoot sparkles out of my hands. I can be really useful on the 4th of fucking July. You want to know why? You want to know why I don't like Jubilee? Because she's a character that is so useless that Marvel was like, we don't know what to do with her. You know what we're gonna fucking do? Vampires are popular right now. Let's turn her into a fucking vampire, even though it will do absolutely jack shit for any story, any possibility for her character. It will limit her even more to what she already has. And I don't even know why the fuck she has that whole thing with Wolverine's blood. Fuck that character. She can go to the negative zone, to vampire hell. Somebody get me a wooden stake. I'll do it myself.
Oh my god. That's cool. Oh man.
Okay, see, Strider, you helped me entertain Kyle, so thank you for that one.
Yes. So I'll say this right now. I think this is the best time. We're gonna do 5 minute. We're gonna go 5 more minutes. It's 1:20 a.m. at my time right now, Eastern Standard Time. So we're gonna go 5 more minutes, guys. So ask as many questions in under 5 minutes, and then we're gonna wrap up and kind of say kumbaya and head on out. And we will see you guys next weekend, of course, for episode 2. But I'm just letting you guys know that 5 minute wrap up. So this is a question from Strider though. Are you guys White Tiger fans? I know your leader is. Chris, okay. Chris, you think you're my leader? Huh? You think you can take charge of Cap Iron Man? Huh? I'm just kidding. You want to go, Jeremy?
Yeah, sure. I never really read anything with the original White Tiger. I forget the guy's actual. I honestly forget his name, but I did really enjoy what Bendis did with his niece Angelina. I can't remember. The uncle's name is gonna really bother me. I don't know what the uncle's name is. I know the family last name is Del Toro, but
his name was.
What was his name?
Yeah, his name was Hector. So.
Hector. Okay. So yeah, I never read anything with Hector, so I can't really say I'm a fan of his. But I loved what Bendis did with Angelina, and I was really sad when she died, and I was even more sad when the Hand resurrected her as like an evil, minion. But I hear she's coming back, or there's something having to do with her in somewhere. I know I remember hearing it.
She's in New Avengers. New Avengers by Alan Ewing.
I'm counting that one. That goes towards the counter. Even though I didn't.
Fucking cherry. I'm gonna beat you up. I swear to God.
That's true.
All right. Anyways, she's in. I almost said young. She's in New Avengers at the moment by Al Ewing, and she's part of Reed Richards' Revengers, like the Ultimate Reed Richards Avengers team. So it's it's kind of like what Bendis did with Simon Williams when he was crazy, when he went like a little insane, basically just with Ultimate Reunion. So
yeah, but I also like Ava. Ava's pretty cool. I liked her in Avengers Academy. I think that series was really underrated. I feel like that should have continued, actually. I don't know why it had to be turned into Avengers Arena. I mean, I guess because the Hunger Games was popular at the time, but whatever, I guess.
Oh, my God. You got
Man, you asked him to ask as many questions as under 5 minutes as possible, and they really did.
DNGN asked, did you ever see Pete Holmes' Fire Jubilee on YouTube XD?
Wait, somebody, wait, what? What happened?
He says, did you ever see Pete Holmes' Fire Jubilee on YouTube?
I'm looking that up now. I'm going to look that up right after this show because that seems like the best thing ever.
All righty. Strider asked me, name me one X-Men, I guess, character, I think you forgot to put it, you want to see on screen, both of you. Boy.
Well, we're already getting Psylocke, so that already takes that one off the table.
I just want to see we're getting.
I was literally gonna say that, but I'm like, wait, we're getting that. So wait.
I know Chris would say Dawkins.
Oh yeah, you know how much Chris loves Dawkins. That's like his favorite Wolverine-related character. Like he has a like I think we need to get him like a T-shirt that's "I Heart Dawkins" with like the claws popping out the heart.
You don't meet with Sentry, man. I love Sentry. He loves Dawkins.
and I absolutely adore Jubilee. I mean, as you can see by my impassioned speech a couple minutes ago. But anyway, an X character I would like to see on screen, Cannonball. Cannonball's a good one. Just any of the Guthries, really, but Cannonball for sure.
Oh, man. That was good. All right. This is the final question. It's officially 125, unless I see anything with wrap-up. DNG and S, either of you Valiant fans, what are some of your favorite characters from that universe? I'm not sure if I've read any Valiant yet, so I'm not sure I can answer.
I'm relatively new to Valiant. I'm slowly dipping my toes in. One of my subscribers, Serenity Q26, sent me like a little compendium with like the first 4 volumes of Archer and Armstrong, and I really enjoyed that series. I haven't followed up and gotten the rest of it yet, but I enjoyed that for what it was. It was really fun. I've heard nothing but great things about Exo Manowar, but I don't know. I haven't just had the funds really to get into anything besides Marvel, DC, and Image. I'm just now starting to get into Dynamite, so like Valiant is on my list of things to try, though.
I forget, is Black Bat Valiant, or is he?
Black Bat's Dynamite. Black Bat's I think no. Black Bat I think is no. Hold on. Yeah, you're right. It might be Dark Horse.
I think because I'm letting my sister borrow the trade Chris got me. I'm trying to see if it says if he's Valiant or Dark Horse. Oh boy. Oh, he's Dynamite. Okay, so.
Okay, so it was Dynamite.
Yeah, I have not read a lot of Valiant yet, so I can't answer that. But I'll make sure one last question, and if there's anything else, one last. Because I see one more there, I just can't find it. Okay, here's Strider's last question. This will be the last one. Okay, all right. He's got four of them all together, so I guess we can answer these really quick.
Okay.
He says, one, what Marvel characters do you think Scott Snyder could write? He says, 2, name me a character you'd like to see team up with, him team up with, Strider team up with. 3, should Slott be fired? And 4, Ghost Rider Netflix series or another movie? And then he said there's a 5, but I don't know if he wasn't able to write anything. And then DNG will be the last one as well, because he has one that was 4 minutes ago, so I don't want to forget that one. So, Jeremy, if you want to answer all 4 of those questions, go ahead, and then I'll answer them.
Can you repeat them real quick?
Yeah, sure. Number 1 is, what Marvel character do you think Scott Snyder could write?
Okay. I would really like to see him write Morbius the Living Vampire, because that character doesn't get nearly enough love, and Snyder does great with horror. I think he could do a really good horror book with Morbius, really make him scary again. What other ones could I see him do? Honestly, I would just give him a bunch of horror books, because that's where I think he does better with horror than he does with Batman. Even though his Batman was good. Not as like brilliant as everyone says, but it's definitely great.
Okay.
So yeah. What was it? Okay, question 2.
Name me a character you'd like to see me team up with, Strider. So
okay, so I would go with Elektra, Echo, if she was still alive.
Rest in peace, Echo.
Moon Knight, Wolverine, because I feel like he would have a lot of respect for you, Strider, because even though you're a ninja and he follows more Bushido than ninjutsu, I feel like ninja samurai team ups are always interesting, and at his heart, Wolverine is a samurai.
All righty. Number 3 is, should Slott be fired?
I don't think fired is the right word. I feel like he should be directed somewhere else. Like he should just stay on Silver Surfer, or maybe give him a new She-Hulk book. But I feel like he should just be, talked at, because I feel like he has had some great work, and that it would be kind of disrespectful to fire him, because I mean he has really built the character up from the low point he was at before before Spidey had a stable writer. So I think just telling him, hey Dan, sir, I think you should just focus on Silver Surfer and maybe do one other book, but it's time to give Spider-Man to Gage. Let's go ahead and give it to Gage.
Yeah, or like Yost or somebody.
Yost would be great. Yost would be great too. Yeah.
And number 4 is his final thing for it is Ghost Rider Netflix series or another movie.
Netflix series. We've seen that an hour and a half movie just isn't enough to fit for Ghost Rider. And to be honest, I would go with a Netflix series, because it wouldn't be necessarily too much special effects. All you got to do is add fire to a bike and some dude's head, so it's not like it would break the bank. So I would go with Netflix. And he was on. We actually mentioned Ghost Rider in our 500 Netflix characters we would like to see, even though it was supposed to only be like 6.
Yep, but we immensely got off topic. Basically, for 3, I agree with Jeremy. Name me a character. I agree with Jeremy again. That's a great point. Elektra, Moon Knight. I'd even say Shang-Chi. Shang-Chi.
Oh yeah.
Shang-Chi.
Oh yeah. As a martial artist, definitely Shang-Chi would be cool too.
Yeah, and then for Ghost Rider, Netflix definitely would work a lot better. I think with the movies, he's kind of burned out with people, probably with those two Nicolas Cage movies.
I don't know if you realized it, but you made a pun there.
Oh yeah, god damn it! This video is gonna get like 1,000 dislikes because I did that. And this is DNGN's last question. This is the last one. I made sure that was something. And I can't answer this first part because I've not read a lot of them, their stuff. He says, favorite all-time story arc of DC, and he says same, but with Marvel. I'll let Jeremy go because he can do both. I'm still not as educated with the DC stuff. I'd say Long Halloween, but I don't know if that's considered an arc. So
no, that's considered an arc because it's a full, an arc is a full complete story. So I would say Long Halloween counts as an arc.
Okay, because that's one of the things I adore from DC. So I'd even say Kingdom Come, which I read a couple weeks ago, which was really good. So
oh, awesome! You finally got a chance to read Kingdom Come. That's great. Okay, so DC, that's hard. I could tell you by character, but all time, damn. I'm looking at my shelf here to see if I can think of anything off the top of my head. That's the same with Marvel too. Shit, I can't think of like it all time. I can tell you by character. All right, so I'm just gonna start listing my favorite characters from DC and some of my favorite arcs just really quick. Batman, my all-time favorite story for Batman would have to be No Man's Land. For Superman, I would say Superman for all seasons. For Wonder Woman, I would say just Greg Rucka's entire run, Wonder Woman. Teen Titans, I would say the Judas Contract. But that seems like a very generic answer, but it's true. So for Marvel, Spider-Man, my favorite Spider-Man story would have to be that's even harder because he's my favorite character. There's so many. I'll just go with the first one that came to mind. Kraven's Last Hunt. And then for Daredevil, I would say my favorite storyline for him would be it's not even an arc, but I love this issue. No More Mr. Nice Guy. The issue that I don't remember the issue number, but it's the issue directly following Elektra's death, where Matt's kind of on that little downward spiral. Really good, a really good issue. Some other characters. X-Men, my all-time favorite X-Men story. Wolverine and Kitty Pryde. Obvious bias, but who cares? And probably my favorite Marvel arc that no one really talks about, but I love to death, is Annihilation. That's one of the reasons why I really want the Fantastic Four back in the MCU, because if we have the Fantastic Four back, we get Annihilus. So after Thanos, we can do the Annihilation wave.
Yep.
All right, so Kyle, what's your favorite Marvel arc? You could, if you can't think of one off the top of my head, you could do what I did and just your favorite characters and just name stories involved with them.
Okay. For Spider-Man, you already said Kraven's Last Hunt. That would have definitely been mine. I guess I'll go with the typical one. Death of Gwen, the trade that they have for it, the death of the Stacys. That the death of George Stacy, Green Goblin, and of course Gwen Stacy. Or if that, the George Stacy one doesn't count since it was issues before, then I just say the death of Gwen Stacy and Green Goblin, because that too, like, I guess you could say story arc was, I think it was 3 issues, was really powerful stuff. That ending alone, just seeing Peter like, Gwen's dead and it makes me feel more alone than ever, was a really powerful ending. And it kind of broke me. It really broke me. It was like really upsetting.
That's what makes Spider-Man Blue so powerful to me. And I read that every Valentine's Day, but it makes me feel sad.
Another one I would say for Spider-Man is JMS's, I think it was issues 500 when they were celebrating, I forget what anniversary it was. I think it was 40 years maybe, or 40, I forget it was, but I know it was like issue 100. It was an arc where the Fantastic Four and a couple of the Avengers were fighting these creatures and they were just unstoppable. They couldn't stop them. And it was something mystic based with it, with Doctor Strange in it. And it was called the arc was called Happy Birthday Spider-Man. If anyone needs me to clarify. And Spider-Man went in and I think it was an explosion or something. I can't remember. It was with some magic-based character. It's been a couple of years since I read it. And Spider-Man gets sucked into this thing where he's basically can see alternate realities, where like he sees like a chance to stop the bug from biting him. He says, "Christ, Ben, I can't do it. I can't do it." He's like, "I'm sorry." Or when he sees a universe where Mary Jane dies, and he becomes an old man, Peter Parker, with the costume that Ezekiel wore in Spider-Verse, actually. The one that had the button-up look. And,
yeah.
That was and then, I love that, Doctor Strange is like, fight, Peter, fight, go through all your trials. Like, he had to go through all of time. All the stuff he did, he had to relive, like, sucking Sandman into that vacuum cleaner in the Stan Lee days, fighting Green Goblin. And I remember he broke right at when Gwen died. He just said, I can't do it. I can't. But he kept fighting. And at the end of it, he gets to see Uncle Ben. He says, I grant you one wish, Doctor Strange does. And he gets 5 minutes along with Uncle Ben, and he gets to talk to him. And, he says, I'm proud of you.
And that's the thing with Dead No More that's really going to hurt me, is that, like, seeing Uncle Ben has always been a special thing with the Spider-Man. And, like, I feel like that's going to ruin the specialness of whenever you get to see Uncle Ben. Because, I mean, I cried during 700 when he was in heaven, and there's just that whole exchange where he was with Uncle Ben and Gwen was there, and she kissed him on the cheek, and she said, "I'm sorry, Petey, but we not yet. We'll be together soon." And I'm just like, oh man.
Yeah, that was really good.
It was just some great stuff. And at the end of Ultimate Spider-Man, when Peter died and him and Uncle Ben just walked off into the sunset, and he was just like, I did it, Uncle Ben. I saved her. I saved Aunt May. And I was like, oh, man.
That was some good stuff right there. And for Daredevil, I just kind of say Bendis. I haven't read Frank Miller stuff, but if I did, I'm pretty sure I'd say Born Again. But for Daredevil, I'd say Bendis' whole run, the whole stuff with him getting outed, and the end of Bendis' Daredevil.
Oh, the Murdoch Papers was such a great story arc. Yeah.
It was wonderful. For Avengers, I guess this will be my last place before we end off, is Avengers Disassembled. I know I haven't read pre-Bendis, but just from what I've read, Avengers Disassembled is a storyline that still sticks with me to this day. I actually go back and read a couple times every year, and those deaths and that whole thing are just so impactful. Like, Hawkeye's death was probably the hardest one to watch. He's just like, not this way, not like this, and he just flies into this Kree ship and blows it up. And the looks on Cap's face and all that is one of the most emotional things I've ever seen. And it made me cry. Like, I really did. Like, seeing that, of course, with Hawkeye still alive and all that is still
I felt so bad for Cassie when Scott died. That was pretty intense.
And it's just an emotional story that hits at the core, and I love the ending with them talking about their favorite moments from the Avengers history, and it's a nice ending, for that. And then of course it got reborn with New Avengers and all that, and that's just my favorite thing. I know some people don't like Bendis' Avengers, totally fine, but that's the storyline that always sticks with me for the Avengers. Avengers Assembled. So that's all I got to say on that. So I think we'll end off with that. Ended at 125, but we went to 141 because we had to talk about the questions. But that's it, guys. This is episode 1 of Comic Convo with me and Jeremy. Chris will be joining the show when he's caught up, like I said at the beginning of the episode. So you'll have him on here. And I don't know how long we're going to try to have these shows. I said 1 hour to an hour and a half, but it seems like from how we were, these might be longer shows. So, you guys
seem to like this longer format anyway. And I feel like the only reason it went longer is because we started at 9.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. But that's all we got. I gotta say. And if Chris, you're still in the comments, if you want to come join us with the hangout, you can go ahead and pop in, or anybody that's a part of the core wants to pop in, go ahead. Jeremy, you want to close us out, man?
All right. So yeah, I'm glad you guys enjoyed this first episode of Comic Convo. It was a lot of fun. Me and Kyle were actually on the same page up until the repeated mentions of Young Avengers. But until next time, guys, this has been Comic Convo episode 1. We'll catch you guys later. Peace. Young Avengers.
Bye. beat you up, Jeremy.